Welcome back, everybody, for the next phase of the Chess.com Global Championships, a $1 million open tournament in multiple stages. We are in the 12th of the play-ins out of 16 play-ins. We'll get you all that information, all that format really soon. We had another event just wrap up about half an hour ago with the winners in this morning's event, or the earlier event, were Eduardo Iturrizaga and Kirill Alexienko. And we'll be qualifying two more players today. We had Daniel Naroditsky and Lawrence Trent doing fantastic coverage this morning. And I will be taking it from here for our second show of the day. So let's get into some of the information about this event. So first of all, eligibility. We're in the play-in phase now where any verified title player can play, and any of the players who qualified already from a previous open qualifier. I've covered a few of these before. Some of you may have seen a few of these before. You'll know that we're largely going to see titled players at this point on the top boards. They've started to, dominate, back up their titles, as it were. This event is largely a standout event because of the incredibly large prize fund. So let's have a look over at that. For each event of these play-in phases, there's $3,750 on the line, including $850 for first and a $300 prize for the highest finishing non-titled player. That's important to me, because the non-titled players, it's exciting to participate in this $1 million tournament. It's exciting to have the chance to make it all the way to a match against, Vishy Anand or somebody. But realistically, so far, for every incredibly strong untitled player, their journey has ended during this play-in phase. So I think it's nice for them to also be able to pick up a cash prize, even if they don't move on to a knockout tournament with Super GMs. But all this prize money right here actually dwindles in the face of what you get if you get first or second and qualify onto the knockout finals prize fund. At that point, there's $1 million. We just jump three tens columns here, and we go from prizes in the thousands to prizes in the millions. We've got a first place prize of $200,000, which outdoes any event I know of other than the actual world championship match. And you're guaranteed a prize of $5,000 if you make it to the knockouts, if you lose your first match there. And as you can see, the prizes go 200, 150, 25 for the top couple places there. And right now, you can see we are in the play-end phase. There's one more week after today, 4 more play-in events. This is the 12th event, and then there will be a 1-month break before that huge knockout with $1 million on the line begins on September 14th. So the final 8 of that 64-player knockout will meet live in Toronto, Canada, at the end of October, beginning of November. I believe it'll be the same format. It's just that, we'll go from 64 to 8, cut, take a break, let the hype stew for a little bit, and bring those players all to a live venue for some kind of super glitzy, ultra produced chess fest. So here we are. One thing I didn't mention is that today's main event is a 9-round Swiss. That's how all the plans start, with a 9-round Swiss. The time control is 10+0 throughout the event. And let's look at some of the top players who are in this event today. We've got 2 super GMs at least that I spot at the top here. So shows you that some super GMs are playing more rapid chess than they previously had, because these ratings are starting to reflect, true ratings, right? So Andreyka is Esipenko. Andrei Esipenko, currently the top young Russian, hopeful for the next generation for Russia to keep its grip on the World Championships. And we're going to start off with his game. But you could also see right below him, Lê Quang Liem of Vietnam, also a 2,700 plus GM. These are two players who probably have a shot at getting one of the invitation spots, right? There are 32 invites for the finals, 32 qualifiers and 32 invites. Lê Quang Liem or Esipenko, they're over 2,700. They've probably got a decent chance of getting an invite, but they're out here battling to ensure their qualification. And if I were in charge of chess.com invitations, I would actually see that as a good thing, not as a sign that, they're not confident that they're important enough to get an invite. It would say these players really care about the event. They love it. Lê Quang has played in some other qualifiers already. I'm not sure if Esipenko has played in them before, but Lê Quang definitely has. So that tells me, they're dying to get in there, and I would see that very favorably for whoever's on the organizational committee. Trip 2021 gets a chance to play Andre now, and if you could take out Esipenko before he's world champion, then one day becomes world champion. You don't have to mention it was an online rapid game, or that he was not yet world champion. No, I'm kidding. But in any case, I mean, Esipenko's already in, pretty full strength, 2,700 plus. And we're getting a Ruy Lopez. The knights are both maneuvering towards the king side. Neither player has pushed in the center yet. We might see this bishop come to b7, and by attacking e4, restrain white from playing d4. The Ruy Lopez, classic opening, one that I need to work on some. Let's see how Trip does on time, right? Because we see already a minute lower on the clock. One of the main things I've noticed in commenting some of these other events is that the lower rated players often display a lack of confidence early on in the game and get low on time playing, fairly normal moves that they would probably play in a couple seconds against players of their rating. But then when you're playing somebody, who you're used to just watching in Super Jam round robins, and then suddenly you're playing against them, that confidence evaporates, and you see them hesitating on basic moves. I mean, here, a minute to play bishop e3 and then a minute to recapture. I mean, you can put the pawn there, you can put the knight there, but normally you just sort of play the move you feel like instead of thinking about it for a minute, right? And also greetings and welcome to all of you, the fans who are here to watch this event. I hope you guys are all doing great. If you've got any questions for me as we go through the event today, I'm happy to hear your questions and maybe even answer them. We've got some really strong players here on the list. Some other players I noticed when I was looking at the list, I saw Ray Robson is playing. I saw Danya Naroditsky was coming straight off of the commentary into playing. It's going to be hard for me not to, show my bias if they get up there in the final rounds and we see them on some of the top boards. We've got Hans Niemann, a very exciting 18-year-old American, getting very close to 2,700 FIDE. Looking really strong, working hard, moving up. So those are some of the exciting names I saw on the list earlier when things were getting set. So Trip puts the pawn on e3. I would say normally that option makes more sense with a rook on the F file, right? So I thought that Trip would just take on e3 with the knight right here and play it really simply, although it doesn't seem to offer any special advantage for white, but played the more ambitious move f takes e3, changing the structure, but now not switching to rook f1, not switching to f-file pressure, engages the center with d4, and Esipenko says, yeah, let's create a lot of tension in the center. Let's set this up. And, you know, as long as the focus isn't on the f-file, I think that's a good thing for black, actually, for the fight to be here in the center. And I think that, you know, often if white were looking to pressure on the f-file, black themselves would play the move d5 to get some action going in the center. So it's interesting that white chose to go for central tension, but I think Esipenko is probably pretty happy to see that. I would be as black right here. Rinked, you played against Hans Niemann today? Wow. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. We've got a request for Danya's game. Yeah. We could definitely, well, I can guarantee we'll see a game of Danya's today. We could check right now if his game is more exciting for some reason than this Rui Lopez that we started off with. You know, we can bounce back and forth if we need to. So if we click to Danya's game, looks like he's playing some kind of, you know, London or Jobava London kind of situation. He's got the unopposed dark squared bishop looking really, really strong here. And it looks like he's sacked a pawn, but you guys can help count with me. Is that correct? He's sacked a pawn? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's down a pawn. So he sacked a pawn for kingside attack. And, you know, thanks for the tip, Ramananda Chala, because this position does look even more exciting than the other. There's ideas of queen g6 to go rook h8. If you had a knight, they could get to e5 or g5 to cut the king off. But here, that's not possible yet. You can ramp up the pressure by putting the bishop this way or putting this bishop this way. Bishop e5 is expected. That's what he goes for. I mean, he's got two open files. It's fantastic. My instinct is that his position is really good. And that I would want this position as white, that I would play into this position happily, but I don't actually see a breakthrough at the moment. I don't see a way to get through this big defender on g6. So wow, and Rinked has played Hans Volkodov and Kamsky in these events. So what's your experience, Rinked, as an untitled player, presumably qualifying into these events and getting the chance to play against these GMs? Like, do you feel that once you got to play them, you achieved the quest and the goal of participating in this? Or is it upsetting to you that in the end, the GMs get all the spots in the final 64 player knockout? All right, Danya just tucks the king. There is no breakthrough yet. We got to think of ways for white to ramp up the pressure. But this rook, this was a good move from Alfiel, I think. He's preventing the bishop from coming to c4. I don't know about this move, sort of separating these two pawns. But rook c8 stopping bishop c4 is good. Also, at some point, you could play e5 as black, and then against bishop c3, sack the rook on c3 to wreck the king position. But now Danya's queen leaves the king side and controls bishop c3, bishop b4, these dark squares. Maybe also thinking of queen a5. So, okay, we get a3 coming in, you know, and Danya's going to be, he's going to be fine covering dark squares, I think, with an unopposed bishop. Should be no problem to play b3 here and then try and win this pawn at some point using the queen and bishop. I don't like these a pawn pushes from black at a general positional level. There could be some specific tactical reasons or justifications for it, but you know, at the vague instinctual level, I don't like these a pawn pushes coming in from black. Alfiel doing several things well, you know, keeping up on time with Danya. That's nice. You don't want to get down to a situation where, you know, you've got a minute left and the grandmaster has 5 or 10. Is black thinking of playing e5? Yeah, I mean, the thing is the queen is on that c3 square now, so it doesn't really hurt white. Danya uses the b pawn to put the bishop here. If the queen weren't on e1, this might be terrible after rook takes bishop, queen b4. But here it looks okay. And the tension, there's so much tension in this position. So it's possible to use a minute on every single move. And I would really praise and recognize Alfield from Mexico for not running down their clock, doing a good job there. Yeah, I think playing in a tournament where you're going to play players who are all higher rated than you is not the best method of increasing your confidence ranked. I mean, it's good. It's great practice in various ways, but I would definitely say that when you're looking to increase your confidence, you want to play in an event with players who are lower rated than you. And when you want to push and challenge yourself, then you want to play with and learn new things. That's when you want to play in an event with players who are perhaps much stronger than you, so to speak. But I guess if like one victory here and there against a much higher player is really inspiring, maybe that can work for you. All right, so queen here, that was to stop the threat of b5, by the way, folks. Queen c7 from Alfield, kind of threatening b5. And then after the bishop takes on b5 or d5, black would have queen c2 check, opening up the king some more. So Danya defends the c2 pawn here with simple queen to d2. And you see Alfield starting to get a bit low on time, right? It's almost like inevitable. It slowly starts to tick down on you. But it's amazing that this bishop held off 2 rooks and a queen and is still just standing proud, and Danya's pieces are not really getting anywhere near a breakthrough. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of remarkable, right? That there's no way to break through that bishop. Yeah. Okay, so now Danya using some time looking for something special. I mean, also probably wondering if black has any threats coming up on this file. I don't see a clear threat from the file just yet, because if you play e5 to go after the bishop, then you can't actually move the knight to make any threat. All right, but he tucks the queen away and starts to pressure the a pawn. This is something that we've wanted to do for white for a while, but it gives black the space to play queen a5, right? Because you've relinquished control of that diagonal. So it feels like the black queen actually creeps into stronger position in response to this. b5 gets played. What's that about? Is he planning to play knight c3 check, bishop takes, queen takes, just break up that bishop pair, weaken white on the dark squares? No, at the end, white would have queen a3. There must be something else to this. Oh, on queen a3, there'd be queen c2 at the end and rook d2. Okay. They're going to get pretty low on time here. I'm not going to do too many variations, folks, but just like a quick look at this, right? Knight check, bishop takes, queen takes, and then after queen a3, black can take here and bring the rook down. And now this king is just completely boxed in, principal threat of queen to c3. So that was, pretty scary for Danya, and a good calculation from Alfield to come up with that. So Danya chooses to trade off the bishop pair on d5. We go to opposite colored bishops as the next phase of this game. Grabs the pawn on a3, allowing queen c2. He's feeling like his king is safeguarded sufficiently by the unopposed dark squared bishop. And we'll see if that's true. I mean, I'm wondering if black has to move b4 to disrupt him a little bit. If queen b4, you could go rook a8. right, and go after A2. I mean, it's amazing. Black's now attacking with these two rooks. Danya's rooks are over here still. Not so much in the game. Alfil goes for rook D to D8. So he's trying to play this rook to A8. Yeah, Frisch-Frosch is correct. Danya started working the early shift, the commentary shift at 4 a.m. and is now playing immediately afterwards. So his head might not be doing what he wants it to do. Rook D1 is mating. You guys, whoever's saying that must be talking about this E5 idea. And then when this bishop moves somewhere, going for rook to D1. And that looks absolutely crushing, actually. So feels like E5 might have been a missed move for Alfil there to completely break things. You know, if the bishop went in the other direction, then I think people are recognizing that over here, there's another checkmate. So yikes, it feels like that could have been the round one upset right there, maybe, right? Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, you're right. E5 would have probably done it there. Instead, retreated the rook, looking for rook A8, gave Danya time for queen B2, really doing some major covering of the king here. Is there anything really powerful for black here? I don't see anything crushing. I mean, you could still play E5 even in this position, right? Like even here, black could have played E5 and then put this rook on D2. Even with a queen trade, you know, it can look something like this. Takes, here, and you break through A2. But because your bishop's not in the game, you're not quite going to checkmate white. These are very, very angry rooks. It's a 2-result position because white can't win the game with their king trapped like this. And black would still have an advantage. So that was an option for how to play. But instead, black retreated the queen, and Danya grabs the pawn on G7. Oh my goodness. That's dramatic. What was the plan here with queen C6? That's a big pawn as far as opening up all the dark squares around the back black king. Major reversal for Alfil right there. Down to 30 seconds. So now it's a bullet game, and that is generally Danya's territory. Rook comes into D3. So if this bishop retreats, this rook will at least, you know, be in and influencing the second and third ranks. But I don't see that Alfil has a plan of attack here, you know, with this queen retreat. So I don't know that with 30 seconds on the board, they're suddenly going to get inspiration for how to do this. Bishop H8 threatens mate, but black can cover it pretty easily. I think Danya's going to want to move this bishop to a square where the queen doesn't have to keep it guarded, you know, bishop D4 or something like that. But Danya's investing quite a bit of time on this move. There's going to be the theme of sacking one rook on G6 and then the other one coming into H8 once he gets this bishop out of the way. Yeah, that's what I would have played in 1 second long ago. So I'm very surprised to see Danya go so deep onto a move here, just as I thought we were going to get a display of bullet chess, right? So now you put a rook on the G file as white, I think. Threaten rook G6. Imagine you had a rook here. You would play rook G6, pawn takes G6. Rook check, king F7, rook H7. Okay, Danya puts the rook on G1, threatens that, but it's a trap. Black was threatening E5. Oh my God. Alfil finds the move, better late than never, and now he's got rook D1. No, mouse slips rook D2 or something, and we are headed towards some craziness. Black's gonna have rook D1 check at the end anyway to pick up this queen. But, oh, Danya's just going to flag him. Danya's flagged people a million times in these situations. Tricky, crazy move. Rook to D1. Keeps bishop and rook on the board. And we're just going to see the flag come down. we got to say, Alfiel played a heck of a game and did finally find E5 at a winning moment and had a winning position against the Grandmaster. I mean, I want to cheer for Danya, but there overall, we got to feel like the untitled player did a darn good job in that game. Let's see if anyone is still going. No, that came down to the wire. There would have been a maximum of 10 seconds left on the round at this point, but all the games have finished. No other untitled player took a super GM or a GM to the last 10 seconds that I can see. That was close, right? That was close. Did Danya was he always certain he had the flag? Probably not certain. Let's see. Another player I wanted to mention who's in this tournament is Pranav, an IM. And I've seen Pranav make it to about like third place or so in some previous editions of this. So Pranav is an IM, but you can see this rapid rating. It's no fluke. It's based on a lot of games. Pranav here at 26-27, chess.com rapid. Definitely having a chance even against the super GMs here. And in general, grandmasters have dominated these events and qualified. I know of only one non-grandmaster, Denis Lazovic, an IM, who's qualified. But this morning, I don't know if you guys saw the earlier edition, but there was a FIDE master who made it to the playoff, the second, third place playoff. For those who've never seen this before, I should mention that after the 9-round Swiss comes, we've got Esipenko needs to get to the board, but we're going to go to Lei Kwang Liam while he's looking for his board. After the 9-round Swiss, we have the most exciting part of the play-in is a match between the second and third place players for the second qualifying spot. And we had FIDE master Marco Rila in the earlier edition today make it to that second to third place playoff match before losing to Kirill Alexienko only in the third game in the Armageddon after tying the 2-game match 1-1. So we almost had a FIDE master qualify for the play-in for the knockout stage. And, I would predict at this point the knockout stage is going to be 63 GMs and 1 IM. It's kind of what I'm thinking right now. But Pranav definitely has a shot to make it 62 GMs. All right, we've got maybe a bishop b5 Sicilian or something here from Gianmarco. Let's see how it went. No, bishop c4 Sicilian. Okay. Some funky work for that, for the bad bishop on f1. Sort of the bad bishop because the white pawn chain ends up being on d3 and e4 here. So there we go. White plays it like a Ruy Lopez. Bishop a8 from Liam, making room for this rook to get to the open file. And the bishop's just going to try and exert its power here on the center. White brings the second knight over to the king side. And what do you guys think White's plan is in this position? Anyone have an inkling what Gianmarco is thinking of doing to the super grandmaster here? Any ideas what he might be up to? If you said a kingside attack, you are correct. When we bring both knights to the king side, your bishops can be on the queen side because they've got diagonals towards the king side. And this is saying we're going to take our space advantage and at some point, transfer it into a direct attack on the black king. That's what he wants to do. Lei Kwang Liam with lots of heavy pieces heading over to the queen side, very, very far away from the king. They're hoping to influence, ancillarily and, create something in the center, but White definitely has room to poke for a kingside attack. So let's talk about how white might start this kingside attack and what it might look like. So first of all, black doesn't really want to play either e5 or d5 because either one you play, white pushes past you and opens up some more diagonals and some more ways to attack you. The other thing you don't want to do as black usually is the move that Liam just played. It was on my list. I'm not just trying to go after him because he played it. It was on my list of like things that black doesn't want to do. Black doesn't want to get the center locked. They want the center open, and they don't want to move h6 or g6 or any pawns on the king side because it just makes the king side more brittle, creates hooks. You know, Gianmarco could use a plan like queen d2, bishop takes h6 or something at some point, or he could play g4, g5 at some point. So you don't want to move these pawns. If you played instead of h6 like g6 at some point, then white would want to play h4, h5. Now, what white has trouble doing is playing e5 or d5 themselves to open things up, because when you do, you open up the center. Sometimes you would play e5 to kick this knight and open up your bishop. That's sort of the more likely central push for white. Still very hard to engineer. So generally speaking, what white wants to do in positions like this, before h6 was played, I would have even suggested this as a candidate move for white. It's like you put your knight on g5, bothering these squares. You're trying to get black to play h6, right? Or you could do something like put your queen on b1 and ask your opponent, am I threatening e5 to win the h7 pawn? Could queen b1 force black to play g6 or h6? That's kind of, you know, where I'm at as white, is trying to get black to play one of these moves. Liam just coughed one of them up. So I'm sure there's like good reasons for it, because I'm sure Liam understands at a much higher level than me or any of us here that it's not like super desirable to be moving pawns on the side of the board where you're going to get attacked. So there must have been some reason for it. But in any case, if I'm white, I'm happy to see that. And now I'm looking for either queen d2 and takes or g4 somehow. Can I get this knight out of the way and play g4? Hard to do because the knight is needed for the defense of e4. So is there another plan for white of knight h2, knight g4, trading one of the defenders? Black can trade and just bring the next one. So that's not so bad for black. But if they trade on g4, maybe white can play hg4 and bring that pawn to g5. That would be nice. So knight h2 to g4 is an idea I would consider here. Queen e2, knight f8. It's on the table. Knight e2 could, knight h2 could be played. You can also go rook ad1. Strengthening yourself. Oh no, queen e2 was played to pressure the queen side. Look what Liam has waiting for you on the queen side. I'm not a fan of that choice. I mean, it's great to play the whole board in the sense of like watching the whole board, having your eyes on everything. But I don't know about actually like engaging tension and maybe opening up lines for black's heavy pieces. Now white has to worry about pawn takes a4 at some point, opening up b2. If you take on b5, you're definitely opening things as well. No, I don't like this idea of a4 at all. Yeah. I don't like it. It's all right, mods. You can let people say that once, as long as they don't spam it. I'm fine with it once. I do definitely want to get feedback on my craft so I can improve. So anybody who thinks I'm doing terrible commentary, if you could just say it once and give me one tip for doing better commentary on the next show, I would appreciate that very much. And mods, you know, I'm totally fine with people saying it once. You know, obviously if someone says the same thing 10 times, you guys know your job better than me. You'll want to get rid of it so other people can be heard as well. Okay, so a4, bishop here, and we see white in deep thought now. I mean, they initiated a4. Now they don't know what they want to do with this fight on b5 here. Let's see. Takes I don't like for white, trading off our nice d3 bishop. I don't love pushing past either. Bishop D2, looking at maybe bishop A5 at some point. Go over here. Maybe a slight improvement would be if I can get Discord to stop making sounds. Maybe that'll be a slight level up. All right, so if black takes at this point, you know, white's got bishop A6 hitting the rook. The E pawn is defended extra now with the bishop out of the way on E3. So I don't think that pawn takes A4 is good for black now with bishop A6, rook C7, bishop A5. Let's put that one idea on the board for you guys real quick, that this rook can basically, the rooks can get awkward in the face of these bishops, right? And white probably gets a good advantage out of that variation, right? So yeah, it's not really the time to take here. And what does Lei Kwang come up with? Do you guys know what his last move was before knight d7? Can people remember that far back? Look at that, knight f8 and knight back to d7. You know, black doesn't have a lot of room to come up with like a really exciting original moves on every move, right? Black's like, I'm on my back 2 ranks. What do you want me to do? How am I supposed to entertain you? I'm just hanging in there. But the knight could come to b6 at some point and have some action on the queen side now. So we'll see. Am I going to become a grandmaster? No, I am not. I have kids now, and no time for serious competitions. Yeah. But I am hoping to at some point play some more OTB tournaments, classical chess. I love it. So yeah. So bishop a5. Do you guys think that Liam is planning to just put the knight on b6 to keep the rook on d8? Or is he planning to step aside when bishop a5 comes in? If I were white, I would definitely move faster. That's my big advice to white, is we got to be moving a little bit faster here. Getting down to 3 minutes with all the pieces still on the board. I would say at this point as white, you'd want to have about 8 minutes on the clock. It's very hard when you're in the actual game to let go of that feeling of responsibility and just play the moves that you feel like. But so far this game, there hasn't been a single move that I really think white or black should have thought very long on. It feels like all just kind of like normal instinct moves, you know, just every move has been positional, slight improving, nothing that you need to calculate on. And in a 10-minute game, I would probably have a limit of 1 move per game that I can think about that's not tactical. And otherwise you want to save basically all your time to calculate when there's actually some threats, some captures and stuff going on the board, you know? Because there is going to be that phase. And when that phase comes, John Marco is going to be playing bullet and Liam's going to be playing blitz. And ideally, I would want to be playing rapid chess when the calculations come. I'd want to have 8 or 9 minutes on the clock. Now, I'm saying that, but I'm one of the slower players out there, you know, so I'm saying what I think would be ideal. I'm not saying that it's easy when you're in the game to say, well, you know, there's no big difference between bishop f8 and rook e8. Let me just play one and you know, put the ball back in my opponent's court, right? Not saying I could do that. But K-Poco, no, I think you've slightly got my advice wrong, or perhaps on purpose to make it sound funnier. But what I'm thinking is there's a distinction between critical situations and tactical situations, and then positional situations, right? Like if we're playing B3, if we're putting the rook on an open file, if we're playing, you know, if we're playing a move for white like H3, bishop E7, bishop F8, all of these moves I consider non-critical. So these are not moves where it matters too much whether you play rook C1 or H3, and these are not moves where you want to spend a high percentage of your time on a move that's not going to change the result of the game. There is no increment. That's correct. Very important. There is no increment on the game. Okay. Liam finally makes a move with d5. Center gets locked up. White can't avoid trading the knight because it's attacking two pieces, but white chooses not to bring black's pawn to e4 and open up this bishop, right? So I think good choice from Gianmarco to move the bishop. Was bishop f4 an option? It's a little bit weird to double the pawns, but I guess it's okay. Comes back here, gets a trade, queen b6. Might need to play bishop f2 there. Knight f3. Okay, does he have both of these squares covered? I guess so. So now we switch to a French defense. And let me just say this, folks. If the pawn were on a2 or something, this would be pretty bad for black. The fact that there's some actual engagement on the queen side allows black to switch to a French structure and not just get steamrolled on the king side. So, yeah, so we get a trade, and black sets up like a supposed target on a4. White's got a supposed target on a5. And yeah, I really don't like the a4 move from white way earlier on in this game, and I think we're feeling it a bit here. White's position is still fine, but I think it was like a huge advantage out of the opening. Ultimately, white's going to lose on time in a normal position this game. You know, the game's like not even going to be anywhere near decided when white just sort of randomly loses on time. So that's just how the game's going to end. Black has, I guess you could say, a decisive advantage on the clock at this point, right? Like, it's nice to have more time than your opponent, but now it's the equivalent of a decisive advantage, right? Like, you could have an edge on the clock, clear advantage on the clock, plus over minus, or you could have plus and then minus. It's just winning on the clock. There's no possible situation where white wins this game in 30 seconds, right? Done. HD Motivated saying that somebody's time management is terrible. Mine is not good, but maybe, I don't know if he's talking about me or the players here. But Gianmarco has, yeah, I mean, lost the entire game just by spending time on those moves, as we talked about. So we're going to resign for him and go watch another game. Just kidding. I know you guys want to see his flag actually fall. You're like, what? We're going to turn away right as he's losing the most exciting point? No, we'll watch him flag. We'll watch him flag. Playing some quick moves here, but I mean, white doesn't even have a way to end the game in 17 seconds, right? I mean, all the pieces still on the board. At this point here, you would probably want to have about 7.5 out of 10 minutes left, I would say, ideally. I'm with you, Elf Matthews. I like to root for the underdogs when you've got players, when you've got players you haven't heard of going up against super GMs. It's fun to root for them. The A pawn just barely defended here. Knight on F5, looking decent. Maybe Rook B4 would be the next move from black, ramping up pressure against these two pawns. Now you could consider taking on A4, which takes, yeah, there's no back rank made on Queen C8, obviously. This knight's pretty limited. But Liam does like the practical thing, which is like, why take any pieces off the board? Why do anything when you can just sort of sit there and let the opponent run out of time? Wait, knight takes D4 here? What was that move? That was fancy. Queen E5 check. Beautiful. Okay, and the moves came in real fast at the final moment here, folks. We played knight D4 with the tactical idea of knight takes D4, Queen E5 check. The king moved, but that didn't stop the queen from coming into E5. And white resigned. It is sadistic to watch him flag. I just assumed that that's what you guys wanted. I would have been very comfortable just saying like, okay, the game's decided, we're moving on. Just like if somebody were up a queen, you know, just saying like, hey, this looks like somebody's up a queen on the clock. You know, you just know the result already. So, all right, let's see if there are any other games going in this round still. Oh yeah, we've got quite a game. Our top seed, Andrei Esipenko of Russia, down to the bullet portion with B. Walmer. And he's got to trap that knight if he wants to win. The position's getting very close to a draw. Slash, I mean, somebody could just flag, right? Like, doesn't have to end in an actual draw. Pawn goes to a5. Interesting. I mean, I would have thought that they'd be really jockeying for territory with the king. I'm surprised the king didn't come into d4 earlier on. Oh, look, folks, the Gench is in the chat. The Gench was on my show yesterday. Okay, Esipenko trying a trick. Pawn takes a6, knight moves a7, and queens. So does white have to play? So does black have to play knight c5 here? No, he takes it. He calculates something. He's got knight here and check and back. Good catch, B. Walmer. Now he's like trying to tempt B. Walmer with knight c4 check, knight takes bishop a7, queening, but he doesn't fall for taking the bishop. He's got 13 seconds left to take this last pawn off the board. Maybe e3, e2, get the king out of your way. He wants to go attack this pawn with the knight. So his king can go to b7. He's down to 9 seconds. Ah! Push your pawn, get it out of the way. 6 seconds against the Super GM. 6 seconds left. Drops the B pawn. Down to 3 seconds. Oh, he's going to flag. He can't get rid of the A pawn. Tragedy. He's pre-moved knight c8, knight a7 like a million times, hoping that it leads to a 3-move repetition. He's going so fast. There's nothing that's going to stop him from playing those moves. Esipenko tucks the bishop on a different square on e1. He tries to out pre-move him. See, he goes and takes the knight with the king and then wins. Oh my God. He saw the pre-moves and he walked his king around to c8 to take it. I mean, you almost can't see what he did. You have to extrapolate it. Dang. Poor B. Walmer, untitled player, should have had a draw there against the Super GM and got really, really close. He had the mouse skills too at the end. Man. Brutal. Brutal finish from B. Walmer. Came so close there. I mean, you guys see it. At some point, it was 30 seconds against 13, and Esipenko got down to 2 seconds. I mean, there just wasn't anything left to do. Man. Too bad for B. Walmer, yeah. Oh, that was so close. That's the end of round 2, by the way, folks. So we've got a couple seconds before round 3 starts. A lot of the favorites here still have 2 out of 2. Danya, Spicy Caterpillar is Ray Robson, and Liam is up here. They're starting to be listed by, oh, look, we've got a perhaps non-titled player here on 2 out of 2. Let's give him a look. Vagpatre of Greece. Yep, of Greece. Going up against a big name in Vladislav Kovalov. 2600 on chess.com, 2600 OTB. So we're getting an Italian game here. A Gioco Piano looks like. Somebody told me it can be good to grab some space in this opening. Black's very flexibly poised with the c6 and a6 pawns. The bishop can go where it wants, and black can play b5 if they ever want to counter that space. Yeah, we'll get like all your favorite super GMs in the last couple rounds because they'll be at the top of the standings, and we'll be watching who's qualifying. But sometimes in the first 3 or 4 rounds, if I get a chance to, I like to check out some of the untitled players and see how far they can go against the IMs and GMs, right? So that's what we're doing here. We can root for Vagpatre until we find out that Vagpatre is actually like a GM who hasn't had their title verified or something like that. Then we're like, we don't care which of you wins. But okay, I mean, a very high class opening at the moment from both players. Very, very topical at Super GM levels. Oh, interesting move from Kovalov. He wants the bishop, or Kovalyov. He wants the bishop defended by the queen so he could perhaps bring the rook into the center at some point and not have to worry about d takes e5 tactics with an undefended bishop. Now this knight from f6 drops back to stop the sack on h6. White was maybe threatening bishop takes h6 here, right? We could double check it, right? Let's play rook d8 and just show you guys what kind of danger threatens here. There's a checkmate, right? And if bishop takes f5, then pawn takes f5, hitting the knight. So you're not sacking a piece. White's going to come out ahead by a pawn here probably, and with some decent attacking chances against the black king, right? As the Spanish bishop, even though it's not a Ruy Lopez, but this bishop is waking up here, right? And that's what happens eventually in the Spanish and also sometimes in the Gioco Piano. Okay, so knight f5, knight g8 was played to stop that. Vagpatre pushes forward with h4, looking to unseat this defender at some point, take some more space here. Now he's threatening knight g5, queen h5. Another big threat coming in. And with this bishop lurking, he can use this as just an outpost and say, take me anytime you want. Okay, knight comes back to f6 to stop queen h5. Did everybody see what the threat was here? Yeah, Gory Hole confirms Vagpatre is actually 2450 FIDE. Just hasn't applied for a title, but is actually like a title player in deep down inside. So like if we go another move just to show the idea, knight g5, check, here, check, here, and now you manage to open some stuff up, right? Or actually we could even just take, no, yeah, let's take like this. Win back the piece and open up the king with the winning position, right? So black defends the area with knight f6. And white goes back to d2, re-threatening bishop takes h6. Ooh, draw checking this, the 2600, saying like, hey, are you going to do something different to avoid a repetition or a draw? Are you scared of drawing a lower rated player? Sometimes when you're with a weaker player, so to speak, lower rated player, not the favorite, the underdog or whatever, and you understand that situation, you can try and use it against your opponent, you know, see if they're willing to take risks, see if they're willing to do something weird to avoid a repetition. But here, this knight g4 move looks so good. I wonder why it wasn't played the first time around. Let's just ask ourselves what happened. Oh, the first time around, there was a pawn on h3, right? When that threat first was made. So it's not at all a repetition. He picks up Vagpatre's bishop pair here. And oops is all we can say at this point. Oops is all we can say now. I think Vladislav Kovalyov might be from Belarus, but let me check that for you. Belarusian. Yeah. Belarusian. You'll see he's playing under the international or like FIDE flag. A lot of Belarusians as well as Russians, I think, are under the international flag these days. Okay, so black picks up the bishop pair, relieves white of the dude on e3, and I think most of white's big dreams of doing something exciting this game have dissipated there. Knight g4 was kind of a cold shower, and now white's just kind of hanging in there in the game, but without too many ambitions or too many plans here for white from this point. Scottum is saying like at that point where black like stops you, that's where you would sack out and just lose the game. Yeah, I mean, one thing that you may have seen, Scottimus, from watching titled players, now there's all these, you know, online tournaments where we get to watch good players all the time, is that they're very, very tough when they get bad positions, right? They don't self-destruct. They don't roll the dice if they can make the game a long, hard 70-move slog for their opponents, right? So, you know, white's prospects might not be great, but white's not going to get down about it. He's gonna play a tough game anyway. Yeah, Vladislav, he's got the Slav in his name. One of the primo chess openings, the Slav defense. But on this knight coming to g5, great maneuver by Kovalyov. In general, white is going to struggle with controlling dark squares, right? So it's going to be hard to kick the knight out with f4. But I mean, g3 is definitely a move to play. Queen g4 a move to play. And yeah, maybe f4 is what you have to look for at some point to unseat that knight. So knight h4, knight f5, an outpost on a light square is a good idea. Whoa, white. Oh, okay, sorry. It came in so fast. Black played d5 here, trying to just suddenly explode the full center. Yeah, that's going to be good news for the bishop pair, bad news for white's queen. You have to be careful when you do this, right? You don't want to unleash an attack from the c2 bishop, but Kovalyev, I think, correctly judges that he's ready at this point, takes on an isolated pawn to break open the center. And what is going to be the follow-up now is white quickly blockades that d5 pawn and wants to try and create an outpost for the knight, keep the position static, maybe move this knight to f5 and trade queens. What is going to be the follow-up for black here? I mean, I'd like to bring the queen here, right? I'm sure many of you would too, but there's g3, should cover those squares and issues. I don't really want to trade any of my bishops for white's knights. I want to keep the bishop pair. So he just gets that bishop back and out of the way, opens up the power of the rook, avoids trades. Now, bishop f5 is probably not going to work for white here. But it could also be knight f5, queen takes, rook takes, knight takes. Maybe white's pieces just barely could go to f5, right? Like we could calculate if this move takes, and it's still defended. Nothing too dramatic happens there. When I go knight f5, black could also move the queen somewhere, but has to be careful about queen takes e8. There's bishop takes d4 defending the queen. That's the move that I was wondering if it might break down what white's building. So now the queen's hanging, so we got to take this way. It still seems okay for white, but after long thought, white has retreated this knight to f3. That feels passive to me. Well, I guess trading this piece could make some sense, but it feels passive. It feels like we're getting stuck with the knight on e3. That's the piece I don't like, by the way. You know, if you're wondering, why am I spending my time looking at moves like knight f5 here? Like, what am I going for? Am I just seeing if I can do it for fun, or am I trying to trade pieces for no reason? My thought is this knight on e3 ultimately, you know, being on the open file, it means the black pieces are tending to work on the white pieces. I don't know. It's not going to be like the best way of saying it, you know, like this knight is often going to be in situations where it can't move. The power of the black rook and queen or any other heavy pieces on the e file will be felt in a way where white can get sort of pinned or unable to move the knight. There can be pressure from this bishop here. So I'm just really not comfortable with this knight's position. That's why I'm looking at something like knight to f5 here. Bishop takes d4 wins ranked things. If we tried this knight f5 move, this move was winning, he thinks. Well, the knight would come back and cover e2. And I don't see a win for black because on any random queen move, queen e8 is going to be back rank mate. So I think white's getting a queen trade and black's giving up the bishop pair, and I don't see any follow-up for black. I mean, it was I worried about this move for a second, but I just don't see it. Okay, they're advancing. Knight f3, queen f4, as expected. Oh, my goodness. Fogpatre had a tactic in mind. Knight d5 lighting up the board. Okay, so you guys can see the live position. They've played a couple moves, but we need to sort of figure out what's going on here. Oh, no, we don't have the live position. Our live position is many moves behind the actual position. Let me see if I can't fix that with a refresh or something. There you go. Now you see the live position. And we're going to take a second to appreciate knight d5. So if rook takes queen, there's knight takes queen. Fair enough. And if other moves, there's queen takes e8 threatened. Okay, so white forced a queen trade. We came here, and now black can win the bishop on c2, but white's going to win a piece back on e8 if black does. Black didn't go for it, but here's the analysis, folks. You can move like this. You've always got takes, rook e8, equalizing the pieces on the board. So black played rook e1, white took back, black trades rooks, grabs the pawn on f2, and we go into the end game. Black still got that bishop pair. White's trying to he's just trying to say look at my knights. They're good, right? They're good. I don't know, man. They can get kicked out eventually by the king. They could get evicted. Well, they've got a wall up right now. King can't get near. So let's see how they do. We get bishop e6 kicking one. Bishop f5 getting out of the way. Knight b5. Pieces twisting and turning. This king would like to get out of the corner. It's cut off like this, and on king h2, bishop b8 is just winning. It just picks up an entire piece. So, so for the moment, the king is stuck, and I think one of the current cruxes of this position is just who can get their king into the game first, right? It's like a rush to develop your last piece, but it's a really powerful fighting piece. Yeah. Okay, so b4 trading off a pawn. Hey, getting much closer to a draw. White leaves only pawns on the king side for black. That's excellent defensive technique from Bagpatre. And you guys, we talked earlier about the point where it seemed like white's attack wouldn't work out and black had a positional advantage with the bishop pair. And, a viewer said that they would sack out and just, go down in a blaze of glory when their attack is gone. You can see the value of just playing the long game as the person with the disadvantage, right? Just hanging in there. I mean, white's drawing chances have emerged strongly, right? Yeah. So now the king's not even so badly placed, right? It's at least in receiving position for any pawns that would come down. And what white wants to do is probably make some trades because he's low on time, right? A minute 40 to finish the game. He's going to want to make some trades and sort of clarify the game a little bit like that. This black bishop can come to a5, slightly annoying. Where's this knight headed? It's cut off here. What did Bagpatre plan against bishop a5? You guys can hear my birds. Well, I'm glad that you can hear them. It's one of the lovely, lovely things about Hawaii, hearing the birds. Okay, the knight just takes a weird route, heads over here, stops the king from coming here for the moment. If the king comes to e8, we'll have knight d6 check at some point. White seems to be just fine for now. Comes back and defends. Back and forth, back and forth. It's interesting that he's never moving the king to g1 or h2, like he's scared of the dark squared bishop. I would have probably tried to move the king up a little bit at some point, but we'll see. Now here comes the black king. It's headed to g5 most likely to try and claim this as a weakness. All right, there's the king finally making its appearance. 1 minute left. Bishop on d1, very, very busy defending things. Very, very busy defender. Knight f7 check is possible. No, white just played knight d6, black's turn. All right, going for the pawn. Whew. Seth got himself modded. What? Seth is such a nice guy. What did he do? Okay, now I'm worrying. What's going on here? What's going on here? Bishop d7 defends the pawn. White attacks it more. Bagpatre is like a trade-seeking missile here. Just looking to get some stuff off the board. Leaves h5 hanging. Leaves a4 hanging. Just looking to progress the game. It's actually now 8 a.m. in Hawaii. Okay, gets a pawn off the board. That's huge. That's huge. And now maybe some more trades coming in. Oh, knight f7, check, knight e5. I think that's what he's going to go for here. That should hold the game, right? Vag Patre still got a minute on the clock, and that's enough time to stop and think about a move. Goes for knight e4 instead with the idea of king here, knight c5, check, picking up the piece back. But knight f7 looked like a clear draw there. Knight e4. There's probably some grandmaster on Hawaii, shy guy, but you know, maybe a lot of GMs are at the Olympiad right now. Wow, do you guys see anything wrong with knight f7 there? I mean, he stopped and thought on this move. It seems like a big deal. Knight check. This is defended, right? The king should probably go defend this piece. Then you take, threatening this. King takes, and you get rid of this, right? Yeah, no, that was like a clear, simple draw. You just didn't see that square because it was in bullet mode. And now trades to 2 knights against 2 bishops. That's a little bit risky. That's a little bit risky. This knight's like trapped, you know. Black could consider taking and then trying to take both of these. Oh, he really missed his moment there. I mean, he could have 100% drawn the game. Now 20 seconds, there's definitely risk, but things have improved. 1 bishop comes off and he can hunker down and just defend g4 now. Whenever this king's on f4, you check it and then you come back. Yeah, this should be a draw, and he's going to trade a pawn. I think he's going to make it. But for a moment, didn't black have a chance? Oh my God. I think Vladislav forgot that the bishop on e5 was attacked. Just straight up forgot it. No? Bishop f3 would have been good winning chances. The knight's trying to get to h6. Struggling to get there. 14 seconds left. You can go here, and you've got knight here. Ooh, he's allowing bishop h5, knight g4 check with a draw. And now he's got to play this king and pawn. Is black really going to try and flag him here? That's just ridiculous. Just go to h1 and then just put in this a million times. g1 and h1, no other squares. Draw by what? I didn't see anybody offer a draw. I guess it was maybe a 3-fold repetition already or something. I don't know. But it certainly hadn't hit the 50 move rule. But I'm glad that game ended in a draw. I can tell you I would have not been happy if black flagged white with just the rook pawn. All right, so that's the end of round 3. We've still got a fair number of people on a perfect score. Looks like about 10 players on 3 out of 3, including Pichot from Argentina, Kravtsev from Ukraine. Fondorin is Maxim Chigayev. Mikhail Antipov is Mikhail Antipov, former world junior champion from Russia. Only player I'm not recognizing here, I think, is Emin Ohanyan from Armenia with 3 out of 3. So maybe we'll check them out in round 4. What do we notice? We notice that I'm not seeing Esipenko on 3 out of 3. That's a big favorite, not on 3 out of 3. Liem, also not on 3 out of 3, as far as I can tell. Oh, and Chess Queen, that is playing here. Wow. All right. So what do you guys think? Do we watch Daniel Naroditsky, or do we check out who Ohanyan Emin is and what their chess looks like? You guys are probably going to vote for Danya. But I'm going to take a quick look here till you guys all vote. Oh, we got to vote for Pichot. Yes. Let me know who you want to watch. I've got the power to switch which game we watch, you know, based on what you guys want. A4? A4, 4 knights. What is he doing? What is he doing? I mean, it makes the Ruy Lopez look better than normal, doesn't it? Bishop b4, bishop d3. He was ready for this move because it's a move that refutes his opening. So he's seen it before, has Kraftsiv. And yeah, this is... Black thinking. Black doing some thinking here. Liam's even lost a game. Yeah, I didn't see Liam in the 2.5 group. So being told by Rinked that Lekwang Liam has actually lost a game already. He's on 2 out of 3 down here with Pranav. A couple of the favorites. See Danya's game. Danya plays exciting openings quite often. Here he's playing the King's Indian defense. White's got the Marazzi bind set up, and Danya lashes out. All right. That's right. Share a Y. No one should have all that power. That's why I'm sharing it with you. Got a lot of votes here for Danya, so there it goes. Bishop retreats. Is G5, you know, a dynamic move or just another weakness? I would say just another weakness. It's a hook for F4 and H4. It's the F5 square for White's knight. The King's Indian defense is sort of like a miserable opening until boom, something explodes and Black gets a chance. Bishop D3, by the way, wasn't so bad in that other game. Like once you've played A4, Bishop D3 is probably your best follow-up. Yeah. Oh, and this is a juicy matchup, folks. I know you voted for Danya, but look, this is Pichot against Neiman. That is a pretty sick matchup, although they are playing a Bishop B5 Sicilian, which is like a little bit positional, which is not it's not like you shouldn't play chess positionally, but it's going to be a little bit hard for us to understand what's going on, right? So I think there's a lot of potential for Han's light squared bishop here. So kind of like Black, there's the split pawn. That's the main thing White's going for, plus claiming that that bishop's not good. Knight on H5 looks like it's stuck. It just went there. What's going on? Okay. Rook D8, Queen A4, Knight H5. Why is G4 not winning the game for Pichot? It's a good question. It's a good question. Okay, well, that's tactical. We can answer that question. We don't have to be super GMs to figure out what happens to the sort of pseudo trap knight here. Maybe start with Bishop B7, attacking White's undefended piece. Oh, Bishop E3 has been played. But let's just quickly see if we can't figure out, like Bishop B7, kicking this knight. It's got not a lot of good places to go right now. It's undefended. Knight to G5 could be a logical square. Maybe Black goes Bishop E5 to H2, sacking this piece, right? You could also play a move like F6 actually to get your knight off the edge here. But this looks pretty exciting. Chase the king over here. You know, clearly messy. So yeah, I think the issue with G4 is just Bishop B7 and this knight's wandering. In the game after Bishop E3, Black of course plays Bishop B7 anyway. Knight E4 to shelter the king side from the aggressive gaze of the B7 bishop. But yeah, I mean this bishop is just good, period, right? All right. So Bishop B7, Knight D2. And the pawn on C4 is being focused a little bit. And, you know, Rook A C1 is going to be coming as well. But in a lot of cases, when you take on C4, Black's going to take on F3 and mess up the king or win back the E5 pawn. The position is actually more tense than I first thought. It was a positional situation. but it's more tense than I thought because of this knight being sort of trapped, right? That raises the tactical stakes dramatically in this particular game. So we get rook c8, rook c1. Pressure's building. a7 pawn is just completely hanging. e5 pawn is maybe pseudo defended. You guys pointing out there was a rook d4 move against knight to g5, taking over the 4th rank, right? And kicking the queen perhaps somewhere bad, depending where she goes. Queen c6 could be a crushing move from black. Yeah, that's very strong. Yeah, rook d4 is a great move to get. So another reason that we can't let this knight get kicked off of f3. So live position, Hans has just given up the good bishop in order to take on e5. He's leaving a7 hanging. He's sort of got c4 defended at the moment. He's rescuing the knight from h5, but he's probably accepting a small disadvantage here against Pichot. Now, I think of Pichot as a very, very aggressive player. So it's interesting to see him playing sort of like a positional pawn structure based technical game here with bishop b5 against the Sicilian. But he's doing it just fine, right? So now the b2 pawn could be hanging. He could just take on a7. You get a situation where the a pawn is left as like a lone pass pawn on the queen side, and the knight on h5 is definitely going to struggle against that pawn. So black's going to need to play for kingside counterplay. I mean, this is a real problem, is the queenside majority already here for Hans. He's really got to worry about it. So knight f6 is what he played. So that bishop a7 is not possible yet because of queen takes here, and he's looking to improve the knight to e4, d5 at some point. b3. Yeah, cleaning up that pawn, just making it protected. It's so technical, but look, what white wants to do is play rook c1 onto the open file, just keep going after the isolated a pawn until you make a pass pawn for yourself on the queen side. It looks really, really tough for Hans. Actually, you really need to play very aggressively as black here to find your counterplay. Like g5, g4 can be considered, that kind of stuff. He's played queen to a5, attacking the a pawn. White expands over here. Okay, it's a cool technical game and all, but let's just bounce back and forth on boards once. Danya's advanced the pawn to g4, e4 attacked 3 times, defended 3 times. Like all the pieces get sort of like maximally occupied in these positions. It's so tense, and then something breaks. Danya's looking at possible tactics on f2 also with knight to g4. Here, maybe he's looking at an exchange stack, bishop h3, rook e4, possibly. It shouldn't be good enough for him. Rook e4, this knight takes. Shouldn't be quite good enough. Okay, he goes for the tactic. Knight e4 hits the queen, so there's no time to take the rook. Where's the queen going? If knight e4, rook e4. Rook e4, knight e4. Whew, crazy position. Okay. White could move the queen anywhere here or trade on e4. Knight e4, black's gonna have to take with the, actually knight e4, black can even take with the knight on e4. Ooh, this is the kind of thing I just can't calculate in a blitz or rapid game. I really need to be in a classic game to lay out all the variations for myself if I'm playing this game. So knight e4, rook e4, rook e4, knight e4. Oh, and then the queen's hit, and there's nothing special for white to do. If you throw in bishop f6 here, black throws in rook e2, and they're fine. Mitraba just brings out the last rook, and basically Danya took the pawn safely. And I mean, it's still, white still has compensation with the bishop pair looking great in this position, and his king a little bit weird, but he's created a full mess of it. So he's done perfectly well there out of that situation. Now, let's get back here, refresh the position. Look at white sieging that A pawn. Hans looks at G2. That's the weakest spot in white's camp, G2. You would expect bishop E3, but he'll just play knight D5, right? And he's willing to, at any point, trade the knight for the bishop because the bishop's superior. Or basically, yeah, I mean, it's superior because the knight struggles against the queenside majority, right? So he's willing to trade it at any point, or he's going to keep playing like knight F4 and going for queen D5. So knight F4 played, bishop E3. We might get a GM draw here. We do. Okay, so that's the end of that game. I imagine white still had an advantage somewhere here, but he didn't see confidently how to keep his advantage. So that game's done, and we go back to Danya. And let's see, rook to E8. If white trades a couple times, the knight will defend D6 and win the F2 pawn. So you don't want to trade twice as white. You can't take on D6 because rook E2 will cost you a rook. Okay, so he trades on F6, removing the defender. That forces the trade off on E2. We get opposite colored bishop transition. Queen comes into G4, can harass quite a bit from here. White's got to keep their eye on queen F2 though. Not get overly excited. I mean, white's going to have to play king G2 or something at some point here. Queen C8 check, bishop blocks, queen G4 check. Unlike king H8, I guess white's going to play queen F5, right? Defending the pawn and attacking this at once, and does. 3.5 minutes to 4.5 minutes. So does Danya play queen C7 and bring the queen back towards the king side? Yeah, he wants to avoid a draw here. Could we see queen C8 looking for a queen trade? The thing is, black's got an extra pawn, but if white can trade queens, it's very likely to be a drawn endgame. So we do get queen C8. Danya's going to play queen E7 probably. And then it would be queen D7. White just hunts down that queen trade, and you can't defend the B pawn further. Yeah, white's going to get the draw here. Queen C8, queen D7. Strong play by Mitra Ba. Can be underappreciated by people who like winning games, but sometimes it takes some very clever moves to draw a game. And Mitra Ba has found those moves here. Against queen F6, plays queen F5. Nice. Nice. No king G2 even. Although, I mean, I think king G2 would have been enough to hold here as well, right? You defend the pawn and black still has to deal with queen B7. But queen F5 is keeping very good control of the game, I guess. All right. I'm going to tell you guys this game's going to be a draw, and I'm going to go find another one. Mitra Ba's got 3 minutes, so I don't expect anything disastrous to happen to him. So let's get back to Martin Kravtsev against Emin Ohanyan. This was the A4 4 knights. Now, black's down a piece, but counting on recovering the piece in a moment on F3. If black does recover that piece, and it's equal material with the white king on G1 completely open and black outposted on F3, that's just sort of a losing position for white. If white doesn't have a clever tactical move here to mix things up in some way, that's just a lost scenario. What does white have? Bishop F6? No, that just makes things much worse. A knight E5, something fancy. Queen E5. Rook E1, bishop F3. Knight D4, bishop D1, knight F5. No. It looks like Ohanyan's done a good job of covering the dark squares against the unopposed dark squared bishop, right? Just really covering all the squares where the knight and bishop could fight against. So Kravtsev just retreats the bishop, and black is in the driver's seat, a more or less winning position. White's going to go queen C7 for counterplay, but I think black wants to take with the bishop and then just try and get the queen to H3. Oh, clever. White does not take on C7. If white took on C7 here, right, it would have been queen E6 from black. Oh, maybe queen here. Maybe not. Oh, the rook's hanging as well. No, there's nothing. Sorry, folks. The rook has been hanging, so black could trade and just take the piece. So white uses this rook to play queen D7. If there's a trade, you can save the rook from here. We get queen c5 headed to h5, right? That's the threat. Rook d5 cuts her off. Now she's looking for like e2, e1 as the route to the king. This queen just needs to get to the king, and it's over. There's no opposing this piece here. Black can win the whole game without the rook, basically. Just tucks it away to stop back rank mate. Now what? Queen a2 trying to come in here. Yep, queen a2. Oh, man. So Emin Ohanian is about to take out a 2600 rated GM. We need to know more about this guy. Emin Ohanian from Armenia, rated 2350 FIDE, 16 years old. Oh, it's a kid. It's a kid. I mean, it's a teen. It's a high schooler. I didn't have to think about anything except chess when I was in high school. Yeah, it is fun to be Emin Ohanian right now. Nothing to lose, just going after the GMs. Rook d1 is not yet there because of checkmate, but you know, he's h6 away from doing it. And it seems like he's got the class. He's going to play like all the pawns to dark squares to limit this bishop, keep the king safe. Playing just like a straight up great game here. Yeah, goes for h5. Okay, wants to have this h4 option as well. White's really like bundled up. Rook d1. This is a huge threat coming in. I guess if bishop f4 were played to give an escape square, black could even play h4 to lock the king in. So the bishop goes to h4, not f4, in order to flee the king through g3. But the bishop will be trapped by g5 at that point, right? So in comes the rook to d1. Queen comes out for the counterattack, which looks a little bit scary because this queen is still just out of the game. Maybe throwing queen b8. No, plays rook g1. Okay, so it's just some direct calculation going on here. King here, g5 winning the bishop, and then your rook comes back to defend the king. It's risky. No, queen c1. Queen c1. That's what he would probably do. So king comes back here. Now what? Check, check here. How serious is the threat? King up, check. King here, queen e8, check. Looks like white might be threatening perpetual with rook c8, queen g8. So how does black want to handle it? Queen b8. All right, goes back to my move. Yeah, that looked like the best to me. Queen f7, threatening checkmate. This is a tough situation. Black's got 30 seconds to finish this off. It is hard to find the right moves here. Rook g4, king f5. Then what? Now the rook's unpinned. You can't take the bishop because of mate. Maybe queen g8 next. Headed towards an endgame. It's not the dream of how black wanted to win the game. White is thinking a long time on this move, given that we're in the bullet portion of the game. King e3, queen b6 looks like death. I mean, it looks like you have to go up to f5. Is there something wrong with going to f5? g6 from black. And if you take the pawn, rook f4 check, and you take the queen, it's crazy to move the g pawn, but that must be what Kreftsiev is calculating. He goes back with king e3, and I think queen b6 is very simple. I mean, this one, it's like there's nothing to calculate. King back, queen f2, right? I mean, death to you. Oh no, the bishop's on f2. Oh my God, David. I forgot about the bishop. Man, and he somehow still doesn't have checkmate on the board, but he's getting close. He's got 12 seconds left. Forces the king out of its hiding place. Rook b1. No, doesn't go for rook b1. Kept queen b6 in case of this. Is he going to just take a repetition here? Well, he's got queen b3 going for the flag. Now we're in an endgame. Black's threatening e3, e2. Misses it. That would have queened. That would have queened right there. Trying to queen the h-pawn with rook takes bishop or something. He's got 5 seconds each. Oh my God, throws in e3 check. Discover check, takes on f2. The pawn is going. It's going to be a queen. Rook's going to sack for it. Who's going to flag? Emin Ohanian is fast on the clock. He was down like 5 or 10 seconds. He still has his 5 seconds, and he wins the game. So he not only outplayed the GM, but he's got bullet skills to back himself up there. And with 5 seconds against 10 or so, he flags his opponent while also playing good moves and winning the game. That was madness. That was madness. All right, folks. Despite the madness, I need to keep track of what's going on here. We are at the end of round 4 out of 9. There are 5 rounds left to play. We're just about halfway into the event. Right here, we always take a couple-minute break, let the fair play team work for a moment while we chill. You guys, we've got a new series starting here. So hopefully most of you don't catch like just tons of ads. Hopefully you get a chance to see the start of a new series called Street Chess. Let's get it.
Coach K says that when you first start the game, you look at that chess piece as you are the king on that board. I got this tattoo approximately a year ago. I got the king piece and my girl got a queen piece. Technically, don't really play unless I come to jail. That's the only time I've really been playing a lot.
We talk trash about who be who garbage.
If they give us a chance to play with the man, I most definitely would.
For me, it was trying to give people not just the skills in this really interesting game, but so that the way they think changed too.
All right, so in a week. Mr. Squad, behave.
You are flagging Drev 10 out of 10 times here.
Right.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Wow. Well, we just said the same exact
thing. We just say the same exact. Did we just do that 3 times? Seriously?
Chess.com's coverage of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India, has begun earlier today, if you didn't catch it. But it is on. It is on daily at 2:30 a.m. Pacific. That's definitely the middle of the night for some of us Americans. It's the middle of the day for those of you in India. And we've got all the top players in the world except the Russian and Chinese top players. That is my favorite chess event, period. So if the time zones work out for you, check out that coverage. But now we'll bring it back to a very new event that does not have the kind of history of the Olympiad. The Chess.com Global Championships, that's what it is here today. We are in the 12th play-in phase. We are qualifying 2 players to a 64-player knockout that will include today's top super GMs, some ex-world champions, and of course, you know, qualifying players who are mostly all been extremely strong grandmasters up to this point. But right now, we're watching a board 1 matchup. This is actually board 1, folks, in a tournament that has Lei Kwang Liam, in a tournament that has Andrei Esipenko, in a tournament that has Daniel Naroditsky, in a tournament that has Hans Niemann. We are watching an IM and an NM facing each other on board 1 here. It's just crazy, outrageous. What is this? Could we get another non-GM qualifier into this crazy 64-player $1 million knockout tournament? You know, you would think not. You would think it would be GM after GM, but we just saw Ohanyan Emin with the black pieces dominate Martin Kravtsev and or Kravtsev, and let's see what Miyagi has, right? Let's see Miyagi, just a national master. Apparently, it says that their name is Andrew online. That's all we've got for the moment, folks. If they win, we'll have to, you know, track them down and ask them an interview. Who are you? And what allows you to play 10-minute chess on a grandmaster level, right? I mean, look at this rapid rating of 2,500 plus as well. That is a crazy rating. So do folks recognize this Scotch opening? Rink does. This is Rink's cup of tea. Scotch opening got a little boost from Gary Kasparov in the 90s, but in general, it's an opening that's been played by people who play E4 but don't know what to do about E5. That's, you know, that's basically what it is. Sorry if some Scotch players feel like that's some shade, but like this move is not like good for white, right? It's a move you can play if you don't need an opening advantage and you are bad at playing the Ruy Lopez and the Italian game. So then you play this move. I'm bad at playing the Ruy Lopez and the Italian game, so I'm not particularly calling anyone else out over it. So E takes D4, knight F6, and trading and pushing E5. I guess was sort of a newer main line in the 90s. Now it's classic or whatever. Queen E2. We're fighting over this knight getting forced to move and whether it's going to end up getting kicked all the way to a bad square on B6 as it normally does. Bishop A6, keeping the knight in place temporarily with tactics. And an important feature in this position is the bishops on F8 and F1, both being blocked in, both being awkward. It can be a struggle for each player to complete their development, and the one who does complete their development first often suddenly gets a great position. So B3, D6. Now, if white took on D6, wouldn't that be a way to try and win this knight? I need to double check what's going on with this move, folks. I know it's probably just opening theory, but let me quickly see, because if black trades here, you can't recapture on D6 because now there's no queen on E2. So I'm feeling like just logically this would be the tactical looking move that threatens something. Now white has to cover this and sort of re-threaten A3 to try and trap the knight, right? It's like king to D1. And what does black really have in mind in this position? Because there's still this threat of A3. sorry. I mean, if you're a real chess player, every now and then you think of a chess question, you just have to answer it for yourself, even if it's irrelevant to the competition you're watching or anything, you know. I mean, this digression might be my last time commenting on chess.com. This might be the final straw. They're like, he spent 7 minutes looking at some opening theory that he should have known by heart while not watching the actual game that got played. That might be the end for me. But if you're a real chess player, you understand sometimes you just have to know. You just have to know what is going on. A3. What are we doing here? We could go castles. And on A3, we've got rook check. And when you block, knight D3, and we don't lose the piece. So castles queenside looks sound up to here. Okay, I found it. Let's quickly get back to the game before I get booted. All right, so in the game, white played bishop b2 defending e5 instead of trading on d6. Because I guess knight b4 and castles queenside gives black some activity that just barely holds together. Black trades on e5. Now white doesn't recapture because that might because then again, knight b4, I guess, yeah. So white just goes for development with g3, looking for bishop g2 and quick castles. You notice the players might be out of opening theory as well, since they've each got 3 minutes off the clock. You know, and this position here is like super main line up through b3. I think this d6 move is unusual right here. So I think that's where they got into a sideline. We're only like 3 moves past that, and they spent 3 minutes each. That says that neither of them were particularly prepared for this line. They're working hard here for this one to find their way through the opening. And you guys earlier, I was commenting on a game and saying the player should have played faster, but this opening here is one where you might want to really invest your time in figuring out what's going on, because it's so tense and it's so easy for one player or the other to suddenly get a really big advantage. So yeah, because like if you suddenly untangle your bishop and the opponent doesn't, I've seen it, like, you know, it can swing heavily in white's favor or black's favor. So you need to be pretty careful here. Aggressive move from Ohanian, castling queenside into this structure. Now he does also have the idea of like playing f6 and being up a pawn at some point this game, but that doesn't really jive with putting your king in harm's way. I didn't notice anyone giving me issues, but it's nice to have you here, Michiko. Hi, welcome. Is there an advantage to watching on YouTube versus watching on Twitch? I must confess to anybody who's watching on YouTube right now, I only have the Twitch chat room open. Like, I'm not the best multitasker. I can only split my brain so many ways. So I'm not watching 5 different chat rooms at once, just the Twitch one. So I can, if you've got questions to ask, I can answer them over in the Twitch chat room. But I don't know what the perks are over on YouTube. So queen g4 coming in. Interesting. Threatening to win a knight, right? Suddenly says to heck with developing, to heck with winning back the pawn on e5. Queen g4 check, looking to just take this knight. That's it. I mean, this is going to open up. Queen b4 is going to open up. But it looks like a full extra piece for white is just going to come grab this. This bishop's hanging, so it might have to trade here. It avoids the trade by tucking. Okay. You could offer a queen trade. That seems like impossible for black to accept. Looks like black's opening is just came apart here. Castle's queenside looks like it was a blunder. I think he didn't expect queen g4. Amin was probably just all looking at, fighting around e5 and the development. That move probably just completely slipped him. I think queen h4 wins. Goes for something else. Queen a4. I mean, every move wins to some extent since white's up a knight, but the scenario for black is you take on d5 with the pawn and you get 2 really good center pawns versus the knight. You can make a fight out of the game unless something else bad happens. But I was thinking with queen h4, basically what we're looking at, a queen trade, which is devastating, And then in this kind of a position, I was hoping to take on e5, but now I'm realizing that that probably loses to rook e8. Well, I mean, loses is strong, but you know, f4, f6, it's like, you know, very, very bad for white because black recovers their entire piece. So in my idea, you would still have to face this pawn center, you know, f6, c5 and stuff. It would still be a hard fight for white. Yeah, it would still be an interesting game. Okay, so in the game, white kept the queen over on the queen side, plays knight a4. And the best use of an extra piece versus a couple pawns is to checkmate the opponent with knight b5. But black's got c6. So that might not do it here. Bishop g2 looks like a candidate move. If pawn takes knight, queen b5 is mate. So you could throw in bishop g2 here before knight b5. And the other thing about bishop g2 is in some cases you could play knight b5 and they don't have c6 anymore because the bishop takes c6. So bishop g2 looks interesting. Rink says this is a known trap. Okay, so people who are Scotch mains, who play the Scotch all the time, may know about this position, which means Miyagi and Amin might be sort of like freestyling here with this opening choice. Okay, on YouTube, there's no ads. Okay. All right. Got people rooting for Ray. Wow, Miyagi down to 3 minutes, finally takes the idea of bishop g2, threatening mate. Against c6, you might take with the queen, sack the knight, play queen a8, king c7, queen a7, king d6, castles queenside check, or bishop a3, ending the game, sorry. So let me just show that since it ended up being a whole thing, a whole variation. You chase the king out here, right? Your bishop's covering b7, so there's no block. And after this, I mean, you could probably hunt the king with castles queenside. It's not like that won't win, but bishop a3 is easy to calculate that it picks up the queen. So bishop g2, there's no c6, there's no pawn takes knight, right? I warned you once, I warned you twice that the idea of bishop g2 is you're threatening mate. So Miyagi is taking on this position exactly in the right way. You want to play for checkmate if you're the person with the piece against two pawns. Ideally, right? And then once I thought ideally, I realized like, well, in general in chess, you also just want to be checkmating your opponent ideally, right? But this is like a good application of your extra knight. It's well used as a resource to make mating threats. Whereas in an endgame, it can be hard to beat two pawns with a knight. Very often, knight versus two pawns in an endgame is a draw. You know, even if white's got knight and 3 pawns against black having 5 pawns, you know, that can be a draw. So I've found that it's easier to convert the knight in the middle game. Amin's having a long think about this because, you know, the king's in nasty position. And I think Miyagi's queen a4 move is being revealed as pretty strong, right? That's making this move look really good. Queen a4. It's in the right kind of area for what white should be focusing on. Then the knight comes out strongly looking at this. Yeah, it was very, very nice, I think. Very nice moves from Miyagi. And Amin offers a queen trade. Now, it's not a very friendly offer of a queen trade, folks. Despite the fact that black's down a knight, you'd be like, oh, you want to trade queens. But no, if you trade, at the end, you just lose this knight. So probably white's going to play a move like queen c6 and force the trade on b7 instead of b4. But let's like quickly glance at white's options here. Queen b5. Well, now there's bishop b7 as well, right? Is white counting on queen b5, knight b5? So I think black's just going to play bishop b7 here. Oh, Akoneni is probably referring to queen b6 checkmate in this position. Is that right? Queen b6 checkmate. Yeah. That's a good idea too, Akoneni. All right, so back to the game. Queen b5 has been played. And black's played bishop b7, of course. They had to. What a tense game. You can see how in this game the stakes were higher. These were critical positions and tactical positions. So it made sense for the players to use 70 to 80% of their time on the first 20 moves of this game. Makes absolute sense. Now, I don't know what white's supposed to do about this knight anymore. Pawn takes, hitting the second piece. Amin has escaped. Absolutely escaped. Queen b5 had to be a mistake. What was the right move for white here? My idea was queen here. But how would that have been different if black goes bishop b7? Right? Then we have the same problem of here, 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 and then they take this knight, like in the game. So what was the right move after queen b4? That was a darn tricky move. See, this is where you want to spend your time in a rapid game, folks. You want to spend 2 or 3 minutes like figuring out what do you do about this. Maybe a3. That's a hard to find move. a3. Removing black from this diagonal. Wow. I mean, it's not like a deep calculation, but you need to collect yourself. You need to look at all your options. He came up with queen b5 and just overlooked that bishop b7 would come here, I think. And look, now, I mean, now white's in an endgame down a pawn for nothing. Looks like some of you thought about queen b5. Yeah, so some of you might have made the same mistake as Miyagi. There's definitely still drawing chances for white. I would start by putting pawns on light squares to limit black's advancing in space here. Rook c2, bishop d4. Black happy to potentially take the game to a pure rook endgame. And now time's going to be a factor too. So black's got an extra half minute, which is going to be a nice resource here in this endgame. Clever move from white, a4, right? Threatening a5. And if black plays a5, then there's a pawn on a5 forever. I'm surprised white then trades the bishop. I thought white was going to retreat and say a5 is a weakness forever. But white's looking to trade, bring the rook here and threaten that pawn, play rook b5, double rooks on the 5th rank against the a pawn. Oh yeah. So black cannot take on c5. At all, like literally can't take on c5, folks, because white, in endgames, you're often supposed to think schematically, right? Imagine white's rooks on b5 and c5, the a pawn is just dead, right? So how many qualify from this group? 2 people are going to qualify today for the $1 million knockout phase. 2 players will qualify. Well, 2 have already qualified today. 2 will qualify from this event that we're watching right now. White trades a pawn. Pawn trades are good for white. If you could trade these last 2 pawns, you'd be very happy to just take it down to one side of the board, 4 versus 3. It would probably be a draw. But white's still a bit away from that. And 48 seconds versus a minute 20. Ooh, that's really rough for white, right? Like it's like you could maybe achieve a drawing position, but then you flag. White has to absolutely get ahead on the clock or trade every single thing off the board. That's a lot of responsibility in a position like this. And we have seen last round that Amin plays well under time pressure and flags the opponent. Last game, he had less time than the opponent, right? And he flagged his opponent whilst continuing to play good moves. He didn't even start playing bad moves to flag the opponent, and he wasn't ahead on time. Whoa, the a pawn goes. Miyagi sacks a pawn. Now Ohanian needs to untangle the a file. White's hoping this is sort of a forever pin and that black just can't make progress ever again. Black's going to put the rook on b5, play c5. Oh no, rook b5 is just winning here. You cannot play that move, rook b1. That's it. You can only trade things off, and the game is more or less done. Oh, going for g7. Careful. Careful. There's also rook b8 if we're talking about things that we need to be careful about. Worry too much about the g-pawn and forget the basics. Rook b2 throws in a check. Opponent was ready for it. Finds rook b4 to g4. What a play by, I mean, I can't say enough how good that was to find that. That was incredible. Play g6 here. But he just goes with the pawn. That's a little bit of a mistake, but not the end of the world. He's trying to put the king on c1. Yeah, you can bust the rook out with g5 at some point. What? He's hanging everything. He hangs 6 pawns in a row and flags the opponent. Putrid. What was that? Show us some good moves, please, Amin. I know I shouldn't be demanding you're a non-GM winning a tournament full of GMs and super GMs. I shouldn't be so demanding. I apologize. Do it however you want. Do it however you like. Are there any other games still going in this round? No. That game came down to the wire 10 seconds. I mean, the round just has to be over, period. That's why this tournament has no increment, is so that the round ends at a consistent time that we expect. So we've got 15 or 16-year-old Amin Ohanian here in first place right now with 5 out of 5. Mostly playing GMs, but just now got 1 pairing against an NM by surprise there. FIDE rating is 2350, very close to the 2330 that he's showing as a chess.com rapid rating. Who's chasing him? Hans Niemann has 4.5. Mikhail Antipov has 4.5. Alain Pichot or Platy has 4.5. And Vladislav Kovalev has 4.5 of Belarus / international. So yeah, 4 players within half a point, big group of players on 4 out of 5, including both rating favorites, Lei Kwang Liam and Andrei Esipenko. And we are now slightly more than halfway in, right? 5 out of 9 rounds, 4 rounds to go. Here are a few of the players who you'll be seeing in the knockout event. This is who these players are playing for a chance to compete against. Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? He's got a world championship match to play. He could try to be not only the first person to be the global champion, but he could try to hold the global championships and the world championships at the same time. That would be insane. And of course, Kramnik, former world champion, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, top 10 player, Ho Yifan, not active lately, but the second strongest female chess player of all time after Judith Polgar, Vasily Ivanchuk. Some of you may be now too young to know him as we do, but players who were around 10, 20 years ago know him as one of the greatest creative geniuses of our game. A player who could give Karpov and Kasparov a run for their money at their peak. Amin Ohanian struggling more here on the first move than he has in any other position so far today against Hans Niemann. So we're going to go check in on Alain Pichot. Platy 3, former Argentine Krakens player. Does anybody have those octopus arm squiggle thingies? You can throw those up in chat if you're a fan of the Krakens or of Alain Pichot. And he is playing either a Rui Lopez or a Gioco Piano against Andrei Esipenko. So Esipenko's half a point behind. He's got black, but he's going to be out for blood. Let me see. How many players are in today's event? I'm going to guess how many points they need to qualify. 121 players. So the number of players playing is up a little bit as the opportunities dwindle to make it into the knockouts of the global championships. It's like, if you want to make it in, you're running out of time. So now everybody's got to play. Everybody was really hopeful for that. And so I think we're going to need 7.5 out of 9 today. For sure. Probably 7.5 and good tie breaks. So, yeah. All right. Black grabbing some space aggressively. Now white's pieces are weirdly trapped, right? So white has to be really careful. In a position like this as white, if you advance d4 in the center, like the main point of the Rui Lopez, black can sometimes play c4 and these two pieces are trapped. Like done, right? They're never coming out because you've got the bishop trapped on c2, d3, e4, and then that's it for the rook as well. But Pichot has played d4. And yeah, we might get, will we get c4? It's a big statement if you play c4, trying to trap this piece, but giving up, giving up the fight over the center. That's true, Rizzy Cat. Ivan Chuk is also now a streamer. I think that some Ukrainian players aren't able to travel out of the country for tournaments right now, so they're stuck, just able to do chess stuff online at the moment. For a lot of them, I was happy to see an article the other day about Tikhon Chernayev. Managed to get out of the country and win 2 gold medals in European youth events. So that was nice to see him doing well, smiling, big smiles with his at the tournament. But anyway, on to our game here. These positions that I know so badly. White plays d5, locking up the center. And now Esipenko locks in these 2 pieces. Done. They're done. White's going to want to play f4, looking for a kingside attack. If you ever play ef4, white can play e5, and these pieces get out. c4 would have sacrificed the e5 pawn a couple moves ago, maybe. Let's see. Did black need to defend this pawn? c4 takes, knight e5, and you have not trapped these pieces because you've hung the pawn. Absolutely right, first knight. Thanks for the assist there. After this knight moves out of the way, e5, and slowly white can untangle all these pieces. So first queen c7, defending e5, and then at the very next opportunity, Esipenko played that ambitious c4 move, trapping the queenside pieces for white. And now bringing a knight to c5, good square. This bishop's going to be on d7 now, where it points at a4 and covers a weakness on f5. I wouldn't know how to play this position here as white. I don't think. I feel like a little worried about it. I guess I would just throw the f4 pawn. White's played knight h4. Maybe he's going to do the same thing. It's going to be tricky that like f4 takes. There's going to be g5 to calculate. But you can sack a piece for white, right? That is conceivable. You can put a knight on f5. You can push e5. So it's conceivable to play f4, but white goes knight f5 first. Yeah, it makes sense. Now you can maybe play f4 without sacking a piece. Although f4 g6, I know this pattern from the King's Indian defense that often, the piece gets forced back here, then you get the trade, and then you still get the pawn fork with g5. But if I were white, I would rather play a position where I sack a piece for 2 pawns and get both these pieces out and go after the king than just sit here forever. That might be my version. That might be the IM level version of sort of suiciding when you get frustrated with this strategic direction of a game. King h7, supporting the h6 pawn, knight h5. Okay. White's getting ready to sack, go knight f6, recover and exchange. If g6, there's knight f6. If bishop takes, there's pawn takes. So, yeah, Pichot's got very aggressive intentions here against Esipenko. Let me just check if the board 1 game ever did then get going. Oh my goodness, look at Amin's time. He was really away from the computer when this started because they're basically in early Najdorf opening theory here, I would say. And, black sacks the G pawn to get the nice square on E5 for the knight, but Amin is really low on time for this game. Anyway, I guess we're going to switch back and forth between these two games. They're both so important here. I mean, I'm already invested in this game here. Pichot versus Esipenko, such top players. Black made the trade and then immediately like f6, like saying, okay, that's as far as your bishop goes. We will allow it no further. Is there bishop takes h6 and knight f6 though, just trying to rattle everything? Then you take and push. Yeah, but white just retreated. I'm going to investigate this for 1 second, folks, just as a comparison. Bishop takes h6, pawn takes h6, knight f6 check, king h8, let's say, knight e8, rook e8, f6. You loose the bishop, but it looks like white has, I mean, technically the bishop can play again, but white doesn't have compensation for the small material deficit here, right? White sacked a little bit and they don't have an attack. It's not like these pieces are active. It's just they're allowed to move now. So that wouldn't have been a good option actually here to play bishop h6 and force things. So he just plays knight g3. I think he's aiming at maybe knight e4, trading this knight and rerouting the bishop that way at some point. He could also maybe play bishop e4. And if the knight takes, put his knight on e4. And if it doesn't take, go bishop e4 to f3 to h5 to g6. Use it as a thorn in the black king's position and then sort of start to maneuver again towards an attack. You know, bring the knight back to h5, etc. Okay, so let's see what they're doing. So knight g3, rook c8, queen e2, queen f7, maneuvering, defending the d pawn. Queen comes to the king side and grabs the c pawn. Oh no! Retreats the knight from a5 and drops the pawn. And now white's up a pawn with the bishop pair and everything. Weak light squares for black. Suddenly white's winning easily off of that one pawn drop, right? Now it's like much more easy to get this bishop into the game anywhere you like. Yeah, white's done it. Fandarin is Maxim Chigayev, another one of the strong players in today's event. These tournaments are full of strong players, right? I mean, it's just absolutely crazy that you've got, you know, 10, 20 extremely strong GMs. Like you've got way more than that. You've got lots of GMs, but you've got like 10, 20 big names, extremely strong, over 2,600 FIDE, over 26 FIDE, 2650, etc., competing these events for just 2 spots. It's like desperately hard to qualify. Desperately hard. Let's check out the other game for a bit. It's very, very clear that that Pichot has the lead in this one here. Let's go back to Hans and Emin. What happened here? We're just going to recap it. Bishop brought to h5 to try and pressure f7. White can always trade the knight on e5 with the bishop. Does. Queen g4. That bishop on h5 is really stuck there. What's white trying to do? Bishop f7, queen e6 maybe is kind of the dream. But Hans, of course, dodged out of it. And then the queen just had to retreat because the bishop on h5. It's awkward if it can't move and you're barely defending it. It's a tactical liability. Black also threatened like b4, queen c2. So the white queen had to come back to deal with that. Bishop retreats off of h5. And Hans is just pressing a positional advantage now, right? Where white's bishop can't find anything to do and black's got the bishop pair. He's looking to ultimately weaken Emin's king. Yeah. Bishop b5. Sure, done turtling on f7, ready to make some threats. White's not playing b3 because of queen c3. So black can take when they want to. And then ultimately, you know, maybe play rook a8. But you don't want to allow h4. For the moment, that's a very important responsibility for the rook. I think you, in theory, you don't want to trade the bishops, but everything like this is just a calculation. You could play pawn takes pawn here. Rook c8, threatening queen c2. Defending it with queen b3. Okay, there's no bishop a4, queen a4. He keeps the bishop on the board. e6 is hanging, but he's threatening bishop e4, which is a bigger deal. Hans is aware. Hans still has a 3.5-minute lead. Emin is just like, you know, 2 minutes, no increment. It's basically like he's playing bullets still in the middle game here. It's going to be a tough road, this game. And I guess it's nice for Hans that the rook got to this side without h4 coming in, but has to keep his eye on that move still. Rook a8. Bishop can just come back. Yeah, look at that. That square looks weak. Oh, he's playing for bishop a4. Bishop a4, bishop e6. Bishop b3, bishop d7. That's not the answer. Okay, he takes the center pawn. Yeah, that's an improvement for black, probably. And does he have bishop c2 check if white takes on e6? Apparently not, just goes queen c6 quickly. Bishop here, the king would take. And rook c8, the king just gets back. You know, there was nothing there apparently. So queen c6, knight d3, trades, opening the rook on a8. Whoa! Emin goes for something with knight e5. That's rook f7 and winning back the piece here. And Hans believes it. Well, also verified it. I mean, he thought for a bit before playing his move. Now, a queen trade on c3 would be death for white if black got this pawn here, but white has the chance to just save the knight. This is tough. This is tough. Okay, just grabs a pawn. Sure, that makes the endgames better. You could win an endgame off of this pawn at some point here. Comes back here. Cleans up b2. Good move. Emin, I'm really impressed. Emin with 1 minute on the clock. Seemingly playing all the right moves. I mean, I don't see any... Okay, preparing bishop f6. Yeah. Black still has the edge with that kingside majority and is safe enough now. You can start playing the game kind of like an endgame, right? You start to expand the pawns, advance the king, because you know that white can't play like queen c1, bishop f6, queen a1 mate, right? Okay, h4 gets played to poke the king. He's just going to trade it off and make two connected passed pawns here. Woo! He had bishop c5 at the ready right there. I mean, he had... Oh, he didn't have a lot of other options. If he played bishop f3, there would have been bishop f5. So we get an exchange, sack from white. Bishop d4 check. Can the king come up? It wants to come up. g3 now. There's no knight takes g3, I don't think. Is there? Knight takes g3, rook check, king here. Oh my God. Emin showing his strength. I mean, the guy's got 40 seconds left and he walked into Hans's trap on purpose because he saw this move, and that's going to be a draw if Hans makes that trade. Now there's one pawn left to deal with. This knight just needs to come to the queen side, and Emin has the draw within reach for the first time this entire game, folks. He could hold on to his lead in this tournament by drawing this game. Keeps the h-pawn as well. The bishop can anchor here and defend everything. Going to bring the knight to attack this pawn. Why isn't the knight coming sooner? Bring the knight. There we go. Threatens knight f5 along the way. Doesn't threaten knight c6 because of rook c5 though. That's definitely not threatened. Oh, he's got it. Trades that off, takes the pawn, and he is lightning fast as well, is Emin. Oh, gets the pawn to h7. Very, very precise. Very, very precise, but there's going to be rook h4. Maybe he should just eliminate the last pawn here. He's thinking about it. No, he keeps his pawn. It's going to tie black up a little bit, but the rook can cover it while the king heads this way. 20 seconds. He had a think there, and now he's just going to go really, really fast. Back and forth with the king and the bishop. He can eventually get pushed back. No, okay, he takes the space. He's attacking the pawn. This king's trying to come into c3 or something. Maybe taking this pawn here. Wow. He's playing this so well. Are you guys rooting for the underdog at this point or for the next American Super GM, Hans on Twitch? Now he sacks the h-pawn after all those other moves. It looks like it's just going to be a flag eventually here, doesn't it? King on c5. Oof. Tightening the screws too, making it harder for Emin. Like the moves are harder to play for black here. The position's a draw with or without the c pawn, by the way. With the king on a1, it's just a draw. Now he's going to try and pre-move bishop a2 to b1 10 million times, but Hans pins the bishop, forcing him to find the king move. See, this part of the game is just a sport that does not appeal to me. I would offer a draw here. So, yeah. We'll just watch whatever happens with this, just so we know who's in the lead in the tournament. But yeah, I mean, the position's a dead draw. There's no chess being played here, and I'm really, really impressed with Emin Ohanyan. I mean, wow. Wow. Yeah. Technically, Hans collects the point and moves into sole first place in the tournament. This is the end of round 6 in the Swiss. 3 rounds to go in our Swiss. This is the final break of the Swiss portion. Then we'll have 3 more rounds for you, round 7 through 9, and then we will also have a playoff. So hang in there, folks. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Chess works over there. Chess clocks over here. You're over
there. He just beat me, man. We just played like 3 games.
It's a 4-1 streak my way.
Me and him actually learned around the same time, and you know, it's been fun watching him grow.
He's early on, he'll trade his queen off too. He doesn't mind losing his queen, but he uses his horses more.
I'm a little mad if you take my horses, because they the deadliest piece on the board. Everybody think it's the queen, but it's the horse, because you can't defend it.
There's nothing more tilting than that, winning for 45 moves and then losing, not even squeezing a half point out of that.
Right. And who's behind Arjun right now?
Multiple people.
Yeah.
What's going on there? There's like a whole party there.
I think they're just crashing and they're like, you can't stop me because you're busy playing your match. Someone moving a table?
Yeah, I think they're moving tables or chairs. I wonder whether he's probably not at home.
No, he was just playing in a tournament in Menorca. So I believe he's maybe still on the premises there. But either way, he's a party that he's missing.
First off, most important question. There was some stuff happening behind you during the match. Tables were getting carried away. Could you give us a sense of what was going on? And was that at all distracting, or did you manage to keep your focus throughout the match?
So basically, currently I'm in Spain, and internet is not the best in my room, so I'm playing from the commentary room. So there were some people working here, and that is why it was happening. But after that point, it was all good, and it was slightly distracting, but I don't think it affected my chess.
Welcome back, everybody, to the $1 million Chess.com Global Championships. We are in play-in qualifier number 12, and we have 2 spots on the line here in the 64-player knockout section. Whoever finishes first place in this 9-round Swiss assures themselves of a spot. The 2 players who finish in second and third today will be playing a thrilling playoff match for us in about an hour. For the second spot. Now, looking at the standings here, oh, sorry. We've got, sorry about that. We've got the standings here on the side, and you can see Hans on Twitch. We saw him, engaging in some moral degradation last round against our non-GM hero, Emin Ohanyan. He moves into first place with 5.5 out of 6. He's joined by Alain Pichot, who played a fantastic game against Esipenko, the one of the 2 super GMs in our field. So he pretty much knocked Esipenko out of contention for qualification today and puts himself in a tie for first with Hans. Also tied for first is Vladislav Kovalyov of Belarusia. And they're followed by a fair number of players on 5 out of 6, including one of our 2 super GMs for the day, Leikwang Liam, who has 5 out of 6, along with Maxim Chigayev. Martin Kravtsev has fought his way back up the standings to 5 out of 6. And of course, Emin Ohanyan is in there as well. Maxim Matlakov, Chris Yu, young American player, and international master, M.I. Terrible Renato. And there we go. Round 7 is going to kick off. We've got a top board matchup between Hans and Kovalyov. And let's see if we get another Rui Lopez. Do you think these guys could eventually teach me how to play it? If they just keep playing it, the answer is no. There's sort of no hope. Not to give you a drop of fixed mindset. No, I could eventually learn the Rui Lopez. I could. If I gave up parenting, I could probably eventually learn the Rui Lopez. It's going to take a while. You have to practice it as well as watching it. You got to practice what you watch. But anyone out there who's wondering, could I ever learn the Rui? You could. All of us could. It's possible. It's hard, and it takes a lot of work, but it's possible. All right. Black plays bishop e6 to trade off white's active bishop. White grabs more space on the queen side. And black's going to want to use the F file. And white's going to be looking for a chance to try to play d4 and hold off this bishop on a7. Or maybe just bishop e3 to trade it off might be simpler in this case. I mean, black does have f4 for the knight. It feels like things are coming together pretty quickly and pretty well for black in this opening. I feel like Kovalyev looking pretty solid, but maybe Hans knows some secret sauce for white here. Let's see. You can also play knight e3, not trade the bishop. And then you've got the idea of knight g4, and you're also blocking the bishop off for the moment. It looks really hard to play d4, doesn't it? Black's got it covered 4 times. Quick counting check. White's got it covered 3 times, so there's no d4 yet. Super GM is anybody over 2,700 FIDE. And so, of course, these players have to be really good at 10-minute online chess. But we have, we have serious, OTB Super GMs playing here. We've got 2 2,700 plus and a couple more who are really close, like Hans Niemann, who we're watching right now, is rated somewhere around 2685 FIDE right now. Just 2 to 3 good games away from entering the Super GM club. It's not an official title, but it is used consistently by lots of people. And many people think that they should make it an official title. At one point when the GM title first originated, classical chess history in the middle of a rapid online event, when the GM title first originated, it basically meant you were a contender for world champion. It was basically like candidate level. And now you've probably got like 1,500 to 2,000 GMs in the world. So it's a lot more. And so you actually have a situation where you've got GMs and then you've got people who are an entire class better than them, right? You've got not just Magnus Carlsen as an outlier, but you've got dozens of grandmasters who could score 1.5 to 1/2 against other GMs, like every single 2-game match consistently, just win every game with white, draw every game with black, boom, 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 boom. So to represent that skill level that's arisen, black has to watch out here for the bishop on a7. So they're not going to be able to trade. The knight's going to have to move, and white's going to be able to make a target, a weak pawn on a6. To represent that gap anyway, I think it would make a lot of sense. I am a supporter of adding another title beyond GM. Super GM, I think would make sense. So I saw a game at the candidates where Fabi put the knight on a5 in a situation like this. And it was just a fantastic game for Jan-Christoph Duda, who eventually won the game against Fabi, largely off of the knight a5, which was meant to hold the b file, right? Knight a5, bishop b6. You've got a self-defending construction over on the queen side. But Duda managed to leave those pieces locked over there and open up the king side, actually, and eventually win a great game. So here we get Hans keeping the knight more flexible, that it can go either way. But, we've got Kovalyev keeping the knight more flexible. Hans is white. Sorry, thanks, folks. B5 kicks the piece and gains control over d4. So now he finally tries to lock this bishop out. Ice 87. There are some lists of some of the players. We showed some of them today. And I can name some of them off the top of my head for you if you like. There's Vasily Ivanchuk, Vladimir Kramnik, Vishy Anand, Ho Ifan, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. These are some of the players who've been invited directly into the 64-player knockout. Some of the players who've qualified recently. Oh, I'm seeing another here. Check this out. We've got another slide. We can throw up a few more names for you all right here. See another former world champion in Veselin Topalov, as well as Anand. And then 3 more top 10 players in the world right now active: Vasyl Agrav, Duda's fresh off the candidates, and Wesley So. So, you're going to get most of the top 20 to 30 active players in the world right now, plus some, ex-world champions. It's like pretty darn super, right? Like it's just the top level, period. And then as far as people who've qualified, I can give you some names like Alexei Sarana has qualified. Alexander Bortnik has qualified. It's like mostly GMs. There's been one non-GM who's qualified so far in Denis Lazovic. And earlier today, we had Iturizaga and Kirill Alexienko qualify. So Kirill Alexienko, somebody who played in the previous candidates tournament, the one that got split into 2 parts by COVID. Alexienko, a super GM, he was actually playing for qualification and did qualify this morning. So it's really strong. Very, very, very few players that'll be in that final knockout who are not very top players. Oh, one other big name that some of you may know from the streaming world, Eric Hansen, qualified very, very early on. And Benjamin Bach, 2 really big streamers who've made it to the knockout phase. So yeah. All right. Let's focus on this game for a bit. That gives you some of the big names, right? So on white, the king looks a little bit loose, right? Pawns advancing, knights all over the place, but white's just trying to have so much stuff in the area that black can't break through. We trade the 2 undefended e-pawns. Knight comes off of h2. The black rooks are looking good. They're looking angry. The knight on c8's a bit passive. f3 is just barely defended enough. And white's threatening to take this rook. Does it have room to hide? Yeah, it's probably okay on f4. If you go to f6, white can't play knight d7. No, black could just take on f3. So there's some room. There's some room. How is this better for white? I feel black is winning. Ask FK again. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea who it's better for. It's a total mess. The rook goes to f4 as expected. I think white's going to play something like rook e1 or rook e2 to kick the queen out and reduce the pressure on this knight. We might see the queen go to d5 and a transition into an endgame here. No, Kovalyev insists on keeping the queen on the board, but it gets decentralized. White's got queen d7, looking at e6. I fear for black a little bit with this move. I mean, it's very angry to insist on keeping queens on the board, even if your queen gets shunted to this bad a square. Oh, maybe there's something wrong with queen d5, rook d2, queen b5. Was there any problem with that? Maybe there was something wrong with queen d5. I don't know. Who's the oldest active super GM? The oldest player currently over 2,700 might be Vishy Anand, right? And certainly the one doing best this year. There's one other player from Anand's generation who crossed 2,700 again in the past year, and that was Alexei Shirov. I don't know offhand which of them is older. Anand is definitely higher rated right now, but those are 2 of the oldest players who've been able to play at a 2,700 level in tournaments right now. And Hans does come in with the queen. And I mean, I'm regretting queen h7 for Vladislav. What is that? It's looking, I mean, it just looks obviously bad for black to hide the queen here. All right, rook a8. That's a nice looking move from Hans. He's looking to continue to take some of the steam out of these rooks and hoping to eventually collect the isolated e-pawn. That's like the best target white has, is to collect the e-pawn or to create problems for the king. Because the king, his back rank is currently being blocked by this queen. I mean, we said she's badly placed there for herself. She gets out. Now the king's got some room. So now on rook takes c8, there's queen f2. King h1, rook f3. And black's just going wild on white. So what's white going to do about f2 right here? Tough question for Hans. He's got a couple extra minutes to figure it out and think about it. Oh yeah, thanks. Jibara points out Topalov is also a super GM from the Anand generation, but a couple years younger than him. Yeah. All right, rook f1. I guess there was nothing better. I didn't see anything better, folks. I mean, queen d2 takes rook f2 looked like a way to just lose the game, right? So yeah, so rook f1. I mean, sometimes you just have to play like a passive move, right? Your opponent attacks something and you have to defend it. What can you do? You know, the laws of chess. Sometimes you got to back up. All right, so if this knight moves, he's looking at playing rook f8 check and hoping the rook has to come back and he can win this pawn. If the king comes here, he might have back rank mate. Let's see what that would look like, right? Check here, check. The knight can block, but you clear the square d7. The queen gets out of the way, right? You pick up an exchange. Queen e4 has been played, not defending the knight on c8, counter-threatening rook f3. So his plan is rook c8, rook f3. If rook takes f8, this rook recaptures with discovered check. Rook c8, rook f3, knight f3, queen f3 check. And because of the bishop, he's got a perpetual. I'll put this on the board for you guys. Rook c8, rook f3, knight takes, queen takes. King here, for example, there's check because of this, right? And black can just go back and forth and at least get a draw very easily. Maybe black could try to play for a win with the bishop against rook by collecting enough pawns. Maybe. I don't know. But in the game, queen e4, white retreats to cover f3. So Vladislav is back in the game, right? The queen is out of the box on h7 and the game is back. All right. So let's refresh it so we get the fresh moves coming in. Knight came out. We got a single rook trade, rook back to e1. White still with a small edge because of this e6 pawn, right? Still just a nagging advantage for white. This time Kovalov goes to d5 instead of h7. I agree. c4 from Hans. That's what I would want to do. You don't want to straighten out black's pawn structure, right? Like if you take here, then what's black's disadvantage exactly? I guess it's knight d7, just tactical. Boom, boom, boom. Sorry, my knight got overexcited, but it's headed this way. But c4 is sort of the positional move I would expect, right? You want queen d1, rook d7. Huge time advantage for Hans. I mean, he's already got the flag kind of locked in for this game as well. Sorry to say that sorry to put it this way, but I mean, I think he's like up a piece at this point. Not a queen on time, but he's definitely up a full piece on the clock. So chances of winning very, very high. c5 opening up the 7th rank a little bit further for the rook, forcing bishop c5, rook c7, a pawn trade, and now maybe b6 to not lose a pawn. But then there's knight d7 still winning a pawn. So we get bishop d6, and now Hans is up a pawn on the board and a piece on the clock. And it looks like he's going to go into really, really good position here. He's getting very, very close to qualification. Goes after that isolated e-pawn again. And if you save the pawn by pushing it, I think knight f5 is going to be even more brutal than losing the pawn. Kovalyev tries king h7. That's a good move. That's a good move. I think white has to play knight h4. No, he found something else. Oh, nice move by Neiman. Yeah, that's nice. Going after this and the idea of knight e6 going after this piece. Oh, that's powerful. That's really powerful. Bishop c5 comes in. It looks like white can play knight e6 here, right? But Hans has got 4 minutes. It's a luxury. He can calculate. We can too. Knight e6, bishop f2, rook d5, and you're up a piece also. Yeah, he took it. Takes. takes. Get rid of the tricky piece instead of the bishop, right? Takes. That bishop's going to be really predictable. Goes back to the 7th rank, gets the pawn to b7. Some brutality. Oh, trades off the piece, makes it all technical. I'm feeling all technical and warm inside if I'm Hans at this point. And Kovalyov could just resign and just save himself, give himself a small break before the next round. There's no way that you don't flag this game. If Hans had no technique, which he just made an argument for having no technique there by sacking his b7 pawn. If he had no technique, he could flag the opponent in this game. But even with one bad move, it's still completely winning for white. So, I mean, yeah, just give up, move on to the next round. Let's see who else is still playing this round. We've got Chigayev, who we haven't yet seen today, working an endgame against Emin Ohanyan. And Chigayev's got the extra space, right? You just look how far up the board each king is. If you want to the very first measure of who's got an advantage. I mean, the first measure would be, just scan the pawns. Are the pawns equal? Yes. Then your second measure would be just look whose king is further up the board. And it's Chigayev's king, and that just means he's got the space to, get in there with the king and torture. Could he just take the pawn on b2 with the bishop? That looks expeditious as well. Collects that. And now we'll probably advance the king to c4. Oh, wait. He lost the pawn on h4. Okay, white kept material. I didn't even realize white was grabbing the pawn on h4 there. That was good defensive play by Emin. I mean, we're used to that from him now, right? I mean, the kid fights really, really hard. Knight d3, trying to kick the bishop out from pressuring this. Leaves the pawn hanging, but it can tactically because of this. And if the bishop retreats somewhere, then he's going to start pushing the h-pawn. Oh my goodness. Look at this move from Chigayev. Bishop f1 check, transferring to the pure bishop endgame. And the black king's position is active. This pawn is trying to go. The question is, can black just take this pawn? Or I guess go through e3 is better. Okay, he looks for a pawn breakthrough on b4. So he calculated the race. This was one of my other first questions. h5, b4, bishop b4, bishop b4, a b4, a3, h6, a2, h7, queens. So against h5, he can push. White could play h6, and then he could play b3, and it can't be stopped. Okay, it looks like Chigayev has got this game wrapped up. Emin is calculation checking him on this b4 threat, but we've just done that. The b4 threat is real. And that's going to be a GG. Our non-GM hero, Emin Ohanyan, led the tournament in sole lead after 5 rounds. With 5 out of 5, he's going to lose 2 games in a row, and he will not qualify today for the knockout. But like Denis Lazovic before him, the only IM, to my knowledge, to have qualified for the knockout phase, you got to try more than once. You guys know that IM Denis Lazovic, he made it to the playoff match between 2nd and 3rd and lost it, and then had to keep playing the qualifiers and made it in another qualifier. So no matter how close you get and how heartbroken you are, you want to keep going. You want to keep going, keep playing, and realize that with each successive heartbreak, you're actually more experienced now than the other competitors in this event. You're used to that sense of pressure of playing for $1 million with 13 seconds on your clock. You know what it feels like to play that 2 versus 3 playoff. All of that is just that's all just your advantage. You want to see the positive side in the games that you don't win. All right, we're watching a equal material queen endgame between Terrible Renato and Billy Kimba Maxim Matlakov. Another super GM from Russia. Matlakov might be under 2,700 now, but he's been over 2,700 before. Oh, picks up the pawn on a3 with check. And now it's down to that a pawn. That's the last chance. Oh, nice queen d4, and the white king's in the box, and the game is a draw. Allows h4 queening, dude. Notice that white still has a pawn. Oh, it's 1 second each. It's going to be somebody's going to flag. It's not a draw. White queens and Makarov loses on time. Oh my God. Sorry, folks. I'm so used to chess that when I saw the queen trade come out right here, right, I thought like, okay, that's where you agree to a draw. Game over. Look, Makarov had 6 seconds against 2 and flagged here. I think he literally was looking on the queen side and forgot white even had an H pawn. So he was just putting his king next to his own A pawn, and then white queened the H pawn, I think, really. Yeah, I think you're right, Shy Guy. Sick. And that's the end of round 7. There's 2 rounds to go. At this point, you definitely need 7.5 and good tie breaks. Could you even get 2 players hitting 8? 1.5? No, I don't think you need 8 points to qualify, although it's close. Well, we've got a non-GM up there in the discussion. It's Mi Terrible, Renato. So let's see what he can do here against Fandarin Chigayev, who we just saw take out the other IM, Emin. Now Chigayev's got the white pieces. Renato plays an opening that you could not get away with in classical chess against Chigayev with a modern defense here. Oh my gosh, A6, B6, getting close to a hedgehog. No, not a hedgehog. What's the terrible one? A hippo. E6, knight E7. I don't know if we're going to see that. The problem with playing, well, I mean, the problem with playing the hippo is that it's bad. The second problem with playing the hippo is that now that people have a lot of experience playing blitz games online, everybody's faced the hippo. You know, it used to be if you played the hippo in an OTB tournament with an IM or a GM, at least they would have never studied classic Bobby Fischer games in the hippo because it was just not played, right? So at least it would be like, oh, I'm playing the hippo in a rapid game and my opponent doesn't have experience studying it or practicing it or whatever. But now everybody even has practice against this trash opening. So it's just fairly poor opening choice at this point, in my opinion. Buffalo Soldier saying that Hans should qualify if he doesn't choke. I mean, Hans still has to score at least a point and have the tie breaks work out for him. So yes, he doesn't have to come up with any brilliant wins necessarily. It'd be enough to play solid and draw the last 2 games would probably be enough for him, but he might even want to try and score 1.5 out of 2. So he's still playing the tournament. No, I mean, it's very easy to lose 1 game at any point and then he's out. So I would not say he should qualify. I would say he's got a good chance to qualify, but there's no should about it yet. For me, that's just my take on it, right? I mean, everybody's got their own ability to sort of handicap or estimate what the likely results are and all. It's true. Mi Terrible playing a terrible opening. That lines up at least, right? So here we go. Renato Terry. Our super IM representing normal people against the GMs right now. It is hard to root for somebody who plays the hippo, yeah. Why is the hippo bad? Well, because white gets better squares for all their pieces behind the E4, D4 pawn center. That's why. So, all right, rook D1. Black hasn't yet admitted or revealed the secret of where the king is going to go. Who needs the center? Well, you know, the center is a pretty big thing in chess. White could eventually get an attack wherever the black king goes. That's kind of a challenge here. Yeah, Renato is from Peru. Yeah, I don't know if I said the word trash. I mean, it's not like E4, F5 or something like that. It doesn't just lose. I just think it's not the very best possible opening, right? You want to check on Danya Naroditsky game? We'll check on his 9th round game if he wins his 8th round game. We got to see who's winning the tournament here, I'm afraid. In the last 2 rounds, there's no longer any playing of favorites or anything like that. We're just checking. Look, Hans is now up against Lei Kwang Liam, who has been playing catch up in this event. And last round took out Alain Pichot, one of the leaders. So now you could take out another leader possibly. We've got a Gioco Piano again. Hans gets that twice in a row with white. Black's position looks just straight up good here, right? With the D5, E5 pawn center. The A file for the rook. I guess if black takes with the bishop, you can trade bishops and then play A3 to deaden the file, so it's not so bad. Black's always going to be looking at knight F4. White still has like a tiny bit of work to do just to equalize, honestly, this position. Start with A3, then use pressure against the E pawn and semi-open file. Maybe at some point play D4, trade it off, get full equality. Both players have potential squares. White, knight F5, black, knight F4. Tense game. Reasonably balanced so far. Back to our game between Chigayev and Renato. Knight D4. So now if black ever plays E5 to close the game, black has to live with a knight on F5. If black ever castles queenside, black has to live with a knight on C6. Oof. So I'm starting to feel kingside for the king here. And I think, he's playing it a little bit like a King's Indian. So I think he's also probably feeling that eventually he's going kingside this game at this point. And yeah. Is black ever going to want to trade on D5? Potentially, yeah. Potentially. Black could even like trade on D5 and castle right here. Let the white rook see the king for like 1 millisecond, right? You trade on D5. The rook's like, oh, you're on an open file. And then you just castle immediately. Okay, brings the knight to E5. I mean, his position is not so bad given the opening at all, actually. He's definitely in the game. Definitely in this game. Tucking the bishop. I was going to say, I'm thinking about tucking the bishop, but there are arguments for having it available to G4. He tucks it. We'll assume he's right. We'll assume he's right to tuck it. What can you do? You can eventually push these knights back with G3 and F4. You have to watch out for knight F3. Make sure you're not blundering any tactics. You could eventually try and push black backwards with G3 and F4. And if black castles kingside, that will open up both kings with excitement to follow, right? I guess one other issue with pawn takes D5 is maybe white could play bishop F4 and knight D5 and play a light square strategy. I think black can probably survive that. Not obviously brutal. I Am Terrifying is the name. Okay. That is correct, Scotimus Maximus. Throwing a little etymology our way. In Oparin's case, maybe 1 out of every 10 of his pieces was decimated, but it sounds like it was probably worse. Nowadays, people use the word decimated to mean far more than 10% being destroyed, right? It's used to mean absolute, total, complete annihilation. So the meaning of it has definitely completely changed. All right. Knight C4, taking the bishop pair, plucking that bishop pair. Yeah. He's in this game. So white is committed to the light square strategy. This knight's headed to h5 right now. The bishop's going to come back out and go to g4. He's going to pressure the e6 square until he gets that pawn to move, and then he's going to get control of f5. We can see that coming now. Knight f4 to stop knight h5. Yeah, he was ready for that. At some point, white might just want to put a pawn on c3 to reduce some of this pressure on this diagonal, so b2 won't just be hanging as a stray pawn in some variations when you want to use your knight. And also it defends your knight, so your rook is free. Yeah, c3 is like a clean move you should definitely play here against black's g7 bishop. Let's check Hans's game as well. Queen against 2 rooks. Threatening mate in 1. So the idea is knight f6, knight f5, right? Hans probably just pushed f5, f6. Sort of as a tactic. If he leaves the position stable here, the 2 rooks are going to be better than the queen. So he's trying like an immediate tactic, and Liam is calculating hard and goes for g6. Now against queen h4, he plays h5. Against knight f5, he plays h5. Now there's knight e7, knight g6. There's knight h7, knight f7. But it's not clear what happens on any of these moves. Not clear at all. White also needs to avoid knight takes f6, cleaning up for black. So that needs to be covered here. Amusingly, white could play queen e5, I think, and black can't take the knight because of check. And then if you go to h8, it's mate. If you go to f8, it's check here, and the queen will at least force the king out this way and capture the pawn on f7 for free. Very, very bad looking position for black. So queen e5 is a candidate move here for white, as well as knight e7 followed by queen e5. I don't know that the knight sack on g6, particularly does much in this kind of a situation, because the rook covers the knight, the checkmate, f7, everything, right? Okay, knight e7 played by Hans. They've each got 4.5 minutes dead equal on the clock. King h8 is played, not king f8. And now I would expect queen e5, and we get queen e5. It's pretty intense. I mean, it's a classic battle too. 2 rooks against a queen. Exciting to see it. So now, there's a threat, folks. With the queen on e5, the threat is knight takes, pawn takes, f7 mate, basically. Like if you play b6, look at this. Oh, grown, right? Here, takes, here, and then a knight. And white wins. So rook d6 was played to cover this here. He plays knight g6 anyway, pushes f7, rook blocks, queen e8. And Hans found the tactics, sacks the knight to win a rook, and converts to queen versus rook and knight. Now all the chances are in his favor. There's some chances of holding a draw with a fortress for black, and that's important. You got to try and do it if you're Liam here. I mean, you'll need a last round win still, but you got to try and hold that draw now. Just got to try and hold it. And for Hans, very comfortable situation now. A draw is fine. He'll still have a good chance of qualifying, but he would love to win it. And Kravtsev has won his game. Kravtsev is in the lead with 7 out of 8 here. So he's setting the pace right now. Just noticing that. For white to win this position, we've got our other game here, right? I'm sort of trying to go back and forth and keep eyes on both of them. Renato still hanging in there. The knight on f4 doing great work. Bishop, he's holding the z6 square, never giving up f5. Yeah, he's playing great as Renato. Now comes e5 when there's no knight f5 finally. He seizes that opportunity the moment he got it. And if this knight heads back to somewhere like c2, he's going to try and play quickly queen g6, f5, and get get that King's Indian attack going that he's been dreaming of all game. That's going to get exciting. Let's go back to Hans for a moment, though. We'll have more time for that other game. How can White try and break through a position like this? It's very hard to break down the rook and knight. You got this like pawn break. You can have your queen in position to take on c6. You can try and collect both pawns and win off of the b pawn. It's far enough away that it's hard for the knight to cover it easily. But every trade also, to some extent, makes it a little simpler for Black. But there's less and less that they need to defend. If you get the queen to f5, could you maybe win this pawn here? Where did he just come from d4? Check. Queen b4. Attacking the rook and the pawn at once. He's trying to get control of the e4 square, I think. If he had gone for like queen d3 to f5, I think Black might have played knight e4, might have been his concern. Rook d7. Queen back to c4. Yeah, a win here for Hans will pretty much get him into the top two, one would think. Notice how close they're staying on time. I mean, they both have enough experience with this that they know that in a position where you could play 50 moves, you don't want to end up being down 20, 30 seconds on the clock. You don't want to create that extra win condition for the opponent where they could just play the game out. Queen d3 check. The rook's covering queen f5, and when White goes after this pawn, the rook switches here. Queen d6, asking the rook which direction it's going. Yeah, and it's going to stick with this kind of fortress situation here. That makes a lot of sense. A6, pawn takes, queen c6, rook b4. Oh no, Liam hangs the b pawn, and that's going to be it. There's no fortress now. That is huge. Oh my God, he finally slipped. I think he was doing a pretty good job holding the fortress, don't you? Like, it did not feel like there was an obvious plan for Hans to break through. I was looking at this position like, how does White get through here? How does White try to make progress? And now it's like, well, there goes the A pawn. The knight just can't get there, right? Completely being held off by the queen. And the king just wanders over to b2. Now it's queen versus knight and pawn. This is a win. I've even practiced this. The king and queen versus king and knight. There's a training on chess.com where you can practice it. It's worth practicing, folks. Honestly, I recommend trying queen versus knight computer workout on chess.com. It really teaches you how the queen and knight and king sort of like work around each other. It should be pretty easy to extrapolate it to a situation with the extra pawn. You always want to be avoiding knight f3, right? So you got the queen off of there. There's two basic patterns of where your queen wants to be compared to the knight. One is two spaces in between them, so that you're covering 4 of the knight's moves on diagonals. And another good place would be like f6, like one diagonal space between you. Then you cover 2 of the knight's squares, and the knight's very far from being able to give a check to you. Slowly cramping him in here. And there's the game for Hans Niemann, and he moves back up to the top of the standings, half a point ahead of Kravtsev. And let's get back to this epic battle here. Chigayev and Renato. B4. Where is that move coming from? Wow. And the king comes up and captures the pawn himself. Is he headed forward to c6? No, not this time. He comes back down. Comes back down. Number 2 and number 3 play a match no matter what, Amarillo Griffin. So number 2 and 3 always give us a match. It's not just for tie breaks. All right, white wins back the pawn. This position's looking pretty equal, right? With just opposite colored bishops. Looking pretty equal. Oh yeah, it is great to hear because that match is like the best thing of the entire event, the best thing of the day. Even better than the 9-round Swiss is just the 2-round match. To me, I mean, it's not like I say for sure, but I've watched several of these. It's my favorite part. There's something about that, just everything's on the line, 1 versus 1. We're not going to worry about tie breaks or anything like that. All right, bishop coming to f5. It's going to lodge on e6. It doesn't matter too much what either player does because if queens trade, it's a dead draw. And if queens don't trade, there's always perpetual. Queen h8. I think he missed a mate in 2 there, guys, or 3. Let me just show you why I would expect the queen never to run away like that. Check. Here, check, here, checkmate. Okay, but anyway, let's stick with the live position because they've only got a few seconds. Oh, actually, if there's a queen trade, of course, somebody's going to lose on time. The game's never going to be a draw. I'm like assuming the game's a draw, but yeah, sorry. I always forget that instead of just agreeing to a draw, they're going to pre-move bishop, 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 bishop until one person flags. Black even just gratuitously sacks this pawn. Okay. La 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 la. 6 seconds to 1. Black gains a decisive advantage. Great. So round 8 is done. There's 1 round left. And the standings as we go into the final round are Hans has 7.5 and Kraftsiv and Renato have 7. So there is still an excellent chance to see an IM qualify today. Wow. Wow. That would be incredible. And we've got super GMs here who are not going to make it today. We've got Lei Kwang Liam on 6 out of 8. He can't make it. There's some chance maybe for the 2 players on 6.5 to catch the leaders, right? And the 2 players on 6.5. Here's Hans, by the way, playing. The 2 players on 6.5 are Mitra Ba and Spicy Caterpillar, Ray Robson. We haven't seen Ray a single time yet today, but he's got some chance here, right? Let's see who he's playing. He might be playing against Kraftsiv or... No, Kraftsiv is playing Hans. So who is Renato playing? Ray Robson. Oh my God, how am I supposed to choose who to root for when we've got an IM with a chance to make it ahead of all the GMs and we've got Ray Robson? Oh God, what a brutal situation. What a brutal situation. But as you can see, Ray Robson has a chance to make it into the top 3, right? If he beats Renato, I would assume he's got a very, very good chance of being in the top 3. So things aren't decided yet. Now the question is, are Hans and Kraftsiv going to make a draw or not? Hans, a draw would be perfectly fine for Hans, I think. But for Kraftsiv, does he need to try to win? If he draws, he goes to 7.5. And then if Renato Terry beats Ray Robson, I guess he'd still be in 2nd to 3rd, possibly. Now, if he, but put it this way, if Kraftsiv wins this game, he might get 1st place and not have to play the playoff match, right? Then he would force Hans to play the playoff match. So yeah, Hans, I think, would want to draw so that he gets sole 1st place and doesn't have to play a playoff match. Kraftsiv probably wants to win this game with white, and he tries a tactical move, knight d5. On bishop c5 check, there's knight e3. On knight takes d5, he's playing pawn takes knight. On bishop d2, knight f6, queen d2, queen b2. It's a plus for white. Trades on d5, defending the bishop on b4, recovers his pawn. It's still about equal. Hans survives the first little trick. All right. Pawn a5. I think the theory behind that move is he's saying that's a weakness. Nailing it down, planning to win it, and then queen the pawn. He's already sort of like enshrined a game plan here. Yeah. This is it, folks. We went over the prizes earlier at the start of this event, but it's been a long time. So let me just remind you a little bit of what's at stake in this final round here. There is an $800 prize for first place and a $850, and 600 or 650 probably for second. But the players who get first and second here qualify for the knockout. The last place in the knockout is $5,000. The first place is $200,000. So if you make it through at this point in the final round, this is what there's basically 5 players who are thinking about this $1 million, you know, this $5,000 or $200,000. We've got Hans, Kravtsev, Renato, Mitraba, and Ray Robson. If they make it through, if they make it into the top 3 or not this round, you know, that's a minimum of a $5,000 importance on that game. Okay. Kravtsev plays b3. Hans has got a very, very clean looking position now, I would say. The center is looking pretty nice. Not super worried about the a6 pawn at the moment. Feels like something he can cover. But I guess it could be, you know, some nerves as well could determine this one for both of these players, right? Like it's a very playable position for either player. You know, you're just sort of fighting over positioning for the pieces with then like little tactics that can erupt. There's not like a big master plan for white or black that I know of in this position. I know that neither player particularly wants to touch these pawns, right? Like if black moves either of these pawns, they become less flexible. If white plays c4, black can just play d4. Oh, but white found a moment. See, folks, I was going to say in general, right, from this kind of a position, there's no use in c4, but look at what Kravtsev found. He found a moment where if black plays d4, he's got bishop e4, right? That's what I'm saying. Like they're playing around with these little tactics. So find a moment where he can play c4 and trade off the d5 pawn and leave black with the split pawns. It's not like the biggest deal though. Hans just covering things. We're going to see bishop c4 probably, with one bishop getting traded, and then this c5 pawn's a little bit weak. And the g1 bishop might be slightly more useful than the d6 bishop. Rook d1 first from Kravtsev, building up the tension. Now that's an unpleasant move to see if you're Hans. Yeah, it's just a little bit unpleasant to be here. You can't yet counter with rook d8 because your a pawn drops. So you're just feeling uncomfortable about this. Maybe you want to play bishop f8. 1 minute ago, Cool Ulysses said that this position is a draw and the game is so boring. But I think now we're seeing there's a little bit of juice to it. White's got the idea of bishop h7, queen d3 as well, right? Like if I play bishop f8, is that a blunder? Let's check. Here, check. Now, what do we do as black here? I mean, like g6, here. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a threat. We see Hans thinking a bit here, working just a little bit on this position. Rook d1 was a nice move from Kravtsev, but Hans has enough time on the clock still to deal with this. This would be really unpleasant if, you know, they had 1 or 2 minutes each, but you'll see that in this case, because he had a relatively simpler opening, Hans has taken advantage of that to play, you know, reasonably quickly the start of this game, right? And he's played some simple moves pretty fast. So he's got time on the clock to deal with what's going on, but he needed it, right? He spent over a minute on this move already. He finally chooses queen to b3. getting rid of white's b pawn, and now there's bishop a6 is probably the biggest idea for white. What is he planning against that? Rook takes a6, rook d5. It's probably what he's looking at. This is pretty intense here, right? Bishop a6, rook a6, rook d5. And now on rook a5, there's rook here. On queen d5, queen here. This looks like a very bad technical situation for black where this pawn's just too close to queening. So against bishop a6, what would he be planning here? He even throwing crazy move bishop f3. Okay, bishop a6 has been played. So now bishop f3, bishop c4 will win the game. If you don't do something immediate as black, rook takes d5 will win the game. So it's pretty much like should be planning on rook a6. My instinct is this is going to work out for Kravtsev, even though it's super complicated and hard to be sure. If you retreat the bishop somewhere, white's got rook d6, reinforcing that one. So you can't just get the bishop out of the way of this. What has he done? He's gone for rook a6. Okay, the move I was analyzing. Now, there's another possibility for white other than rook d5, which I'm just noticing now, which is you could take this way and then go here, right? Trying to make some trouble and then push the pawn, but bishop f3 totally resolves it. And you know what, folks? There might even be this move for black in this position. I don't know if you haven't seen this position before, you need to know about this idea. It's one of the funniest ideas in chess that you can actually checkmate with just a single bishop like this. This is an actual combination. It comes up every now and then. I mean, I didn't do any like stupid moves to create this position. It was relevant to this game. Okay, so now Kravtsev's thinking, right? He's got two choices here, rook d5 and queen a6. But it looks like queen a6 just simply doesn't work to this queen f3 move or bishop f3. I mean, it's kind of too bad that both moves work, so it doesn't really matter which one you do. But it's kind of cool, right? Because sometimes, there's no pawn takes bishop, queen here, but queen b8 check, you still can't take the bishop. So I think he needs to just go for rook d5 here, right? He's thinking a bit. I mean, why not, right? Where else are you going to spend your time on the game if not on this move? Now, admittedly, the position I first considered, folks, with rook d5 and queen a6, it's not obviously decisive. I mean, it's just a technical situation. Pawns are equal and everything like that. I just feel like the queen is in position for this stuff, right? So, oh my God, blunder from Kravtsev, I want to say. I'm sorry. I mean, just like big miscalculation on the key move of the game, right? I mean, he thinks for a minute or two on this move, takes here, queen d1, queen d6, and now can we see queen f3, Hans? I wish we could see Hans's face right now too, right? He's played bishop f3. It's really, yeah, it's the simpler move. I would have liked to see queen f3. But Kravtsev has blown any advantage he had for sure. This is looking like nothing. I mean, the closest you can get, you can trade, push the pawn, and the bishop gets back in time, right? And it's dead. Queen d1, bishop d1, these moves are just being played as I say it. And that game is going to end in a draw, and I'm going to say Hans is going to make it to 8 and definitely qualify. Let's check back on Spicy Caterpillar and Renato. Oh, their game is done. It finished already as well. And Renato held the draw. So we're going to have a tie at 7.5. How did that game finish so quickly? Oh my goodness. So here's what we know. Ray Robson will not make it to the knockout today. Kravtsev and Renato, we have to wait to see their tie breaks, and we have to wait to see whether Mitraba can beat Lei Kwang Liem and join that tie. Right now, it looks like a King's Indian defense kind of position with an edge for white, right? You've got a bit of a target. You've got the knight that can try to outmaneuver the bishop. But white also has these sort of split pawns on b4 and d3, which gives some counterplay for black. So it's, yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure who's better or how it's going to play out. White could go knight d8 to e6 to go after c7. That doesn't even make a pass pawn, so that's no real advantage. So white goes passive. It's a good sign for black. And, you know, maybe just put the rook on b3 so you're attacking both pawns and reducing white's freedom to do anything right here. Okay. So you guys are now caught up, and you guys saw that he played bishop f3 instead of queen f3. Either way, the game ended in a draw. Chess Lover asks an analytical question. Queen f3, queen d8, king f7, queen f8, king f8, bishop c5, and then gf3. Yeah, that's possible. That would be possible, yeah. It's a very exciting line. It doesn't give white any winning chance, right? But also after queen f8 check, black doesn't have to take the queen. Black can play king to g6. And they're still threatening checkmate on g2. If you play queen g7, black can take with the king, and your bishop can't check the king on g7 because there's a pawn on f6. So queen f8, king g6, it is savage. Queen e8, queen e8 check may still hold the draw there. Queen e8 check, king h6, bishop e3 defended by the queen. Yeah, that might be a line that, you know, an exciting line. But either way, I think that game had basically just hit the point where it has to be a draw, you know. Okay, it looks like, did they just agree to a draw here? Is this game done? Let me check my standings. No. Okay, there, the clock started again. Clock's rolling. Okay, so, but I think like either way, that Hans game had to end in a draw at that point with opposite colored bishops. There were a lot of fancy, cool moves, but none of them would have changed the result there. Okay, so we get c5 from Liam. Oh, because it attacks the knight. If the pawn takes en passant, he takes the knight. Okay, makes sense. Trading off that bad c7 pawn, getting the game moving in a different direction. c5, yeah, reasonable. Timing wise, Mitraba should just avoid falling 30 seconds or more behind on the clock. There's no reason to. You see like the best players of this format, the ones who are really used to playing these events, who've played several of them, who've got a lot of experience in either the RCC or Rapid Chess Championships or Global Chess Championships, players who've played a lot of 10-0. When they're playing these sort of like equalish end games where you're still playing it out and looking for your chances, one thing they do is they always stay within 5 seconds on the clock of their opponent. They never just randomly think about a move for 30 seconds or a minute at this point. They're playing around. They're still looking for some chances. It's not like they just agreed that the position is going to be a draw, but they're never putting themselves in that situation where you just lose, where you could just lose on time. So yeah, Mitraba needs to win here. Exactly, Buffalo Soldier. Mitraba needs to win to catch up with Kravtsev and Renato. It's still looking very, very equal, but you never know. He's caught up. Mitraba is caught up on the clock. So that's balanced. Remember that even if the position's dead equal, a lot of these games just end with somebody flagging, right? Just moving back and forth in some end game with equal, you know, with like 2 pawns left that are equal, but you have no way to trade them off. So I make that mistake all the time. I see, and the game ends in a draw, and then they keep playing, and then somebody flags, and I go, oh yeah, right. So what's going to happen is the first place player, which is Hans, has qualified automatically. And then there's going to be a playoff match between 2 other players. So things are not done after this game. Hang in there. If this position's boring to you, the chess is not done for today. We've got the best thing still coming. The dessert of the Global Championship play-in phase is a 2-game playoff match between the 2nd and 3rd place finishers in the Swiss, and it is intense. You're going to like it. If you haven't seen one of those before, delectable. We had a great one this morning in the previous play-in that was tied 1-1 between a FIDE master and a super GM. I mean, it was really a David and Goliath kind of matchup, and it was tied 1-1 and went to the Armageddon game. And then finally Kirill Alexienko, a former, candidate for the world championship, prevailed over FM Marco Rila of Germany. So we'll see who's going to be in that. Mitraba opening up a 30-second lead on the clock now. That is notable, but now Black's getting the king active. He's going to put the pawn to G4. He's going to play for rook F3. And White's just marking time, and you could get ground out here by Liam. I think when Black goes in with rook F2 and rook F3, you just have to go rook C6 and trade the pawn. But I mean, the game becomes complicated, right? Becomes complicated. Black is up a pawn, and White is fighting for his life. And I guess hoping to get into king and rook versus king and rook and then flag the opponent, since White needs to win. That's kind of the scenario. Drop all the pawns and then flag your opponent somehow. Realistically, that's the scenario. G-pawn's coming forward. White's going for D6, D7 counterplay. Black's playing king G1, G2, and then they'll try to cross under White's king with king F1, king E1. Could be like a plan here. White keeps pushing the pawn. Check. And oof. Comes back. Now you've got to play like king E2 to stop this. But Black can go king G3, check, 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 trades, D7, queens. Not sure I see the end. Okay, pawn goes to D7. I think king F1 is winning for Black in this position right here. But they are down to just a little bit of time each. Rook check, brings the king up. They're going to both get queens now. Liam's taking a risk now. Queen B6 check, king F1, queen B1, no. Oh my God, there was queen H4, queen G3. No, I don't know. There's something. E3 check, queen E3. Don't blunder that. Wow. 20 seconds each. 20 seconds each. Something's going on. Queen gets into C5, rook G8. Mitraba is winning. You see, you just hang in there and something happens. And Mitraba is going to make it into the big tie for 7.5 out of 9. Liam played a very, very, very risky way pursuing the win. He probably had to win somewhere, but he played a very, very risky approach to it. And Mitraba wins. And we are seeing a 3-way tie for 2 spots in the playoff. We've got Mitraba, Kaisa, and M.E. Terrible tied with 7.5 out of 9. We're going to have to sort out these tie breaks and figure out who's playing who. But folks, this is the format for the playoff match we're about to see. It's 1 versus 1 for 1 remaining spot in the $1 million Chess.com Global Championships 64-player knockout phase. Chance to go up against, Kramnik, Anand, MVL, Mamedyarov, Nepomniachtchi, etc. And the way it's going to play out is it's still 10+0. You play a 2-game match with White and Black against the other player. And yeah, if you score 1.5 out of 2 out of those 2 games, you advance. So the 2 games are played no matter what. Whoever wins the first game, you still play the second game. So 2-game match, White and Black, 10+0. If the match is tied 1-1, then you go to a single Armageddon game between those 2 players. And that Armageddon game will be 10 minutes for White, draw odds for Black, and the players bid for how low they're willing to go in terms of time for Black and draw odds. So they can say, I'll take 7 minutes with Black, or I'll take 7 minutes and 13 seconds with Black. Whoever bids the lowest gets the Black pieces and gets the draw odds. And then in that Armageddon game, if White wins, White advances to the knockout. If Black draws or wins, Black gets that second spot and a guaranteed $5,000 and a possible $200,000. So that's the situation there. We'll be right back with that match. You won't want to miss it. I'll see you all in just a couple of minutes once we've got this set up. And congratulations to Hans Niemann, who shows up in chat to celebrate his victory. Well done, Hans. Bravo. And we'll see you all in a couple of minutes for the playoff match.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who beat who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Chess.com Global Championships. I assume at this point you all know what this is. $1 million event, open to any player, but you got to fight your way through several levels of qualifiers to make it there and face off against the top players in the world in a 64-player knockout. We are in the play-in phase here, and we've got two players, Grandmaster Guha and Grandmaster Kravtsev, who have finished in second and third place on tie breaks in today's 9-round Swiss, and they've got another hurdle to overcome each other. Two go in, one goes out. One of these players will make it to the knockout. The other can try again next week. There are 4 more play-in tournaments next week, which are, open to all verified title players and anybody who qualified from the Open Qualifiers. For today's event, we also had a prize fund. Each of these 16 play-in events does have a $3,750 prize fund, $850 plus qualification to first place, $600 plus qualification to second place. I would send a recommendation, if I might, to the graphics person that qualified should be in big bold and bigger than the cash, because qualified is a minimum prize of $5,000, and up to 200,000. We had Hans popping into chat to celebrate his qualification as first place in the Swiss just a couple minutes ago, and he said something about easy $200,000. So some players may look at it as, if I qualify, I get at least 5,000. Hans seems to be looking at it as if I qualify, I get 200,000. So the qualification is huge, 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 huge. That is the main thing. That is the big thing. We've got the two grandmasters getting ready for this match. Folks, I'm going to review the format one last time very quickly. They are going to start off with a 2-game match of 10+0. Same time control we've seen all day. They've already played, 3.5 hours of it, I guess, or the time flies for me when we're watching games. I don't know how long we've been going exactly, but let's say 3.5 hours. They've already done 3.5 hours of it. They've got another 40 minutes to go with a 2-game match at this time control. If that match is tied, then they go to an Armageddon, which is draw odds for black. So the match can be decided in one game, right? If white wins, they qualify. If black draws or wins, they qualify. So no need for another game, no ties, etc. at that point. For the Armageddon, the players have to bid for how much time they would take with black. The white player gets 10 minutes by default. And to get those draw odds, they say, I'm willing to play with as low as 7.5 minutes or 7 minutes and 10 seconds or so forth. We'll review that if we get to it. If the bidding's confusing to you, don't worry about it. We'll get back to it. If this match ends up tied, right now it's Grandmaster Mitraba Guha against Grandmaster Martin Kravtsev. And let's see if this game has started here already. It should be starting any moment now. All right, I don't think I've missed it. We sure don't want to miss it. So I think Guha is going to have white in the first game, and Kravtsev will have white in the second game. And yeah, what else can we say? What else can we expect? Have these players faced each other yet today? Let me rack my memory if they have. Kravtsev and Guha. I don't remember seeing them play each other. In the last round, Kravtsev was up against Hans. Yeah. So I don't think they've played each other yet. Very often in the playoff match, you get players who have played each other and drawn at some point earlier in the tournament because, they'll be like at the top of the standings for the last couple rounds, right? But in this case, I don't think they have. And yeah, who do you think in chat? Who do you think is stronger from the games we've seen? I mean, we've seen both of them play today. You saw Mitraba pull out an incredible last-ditch win against Lei Kwang Liem from a pawn down, rook and pawn ending. So we know that Mitraba is somebody who will go the distance. Kravtsev, we saw lose one game to the young Armenian IM. And other than that, I mean, he played great, and he even could have perhaps beaten, or he had winning chances in his last round game against Hans. You know, he generated some chances for himself. So Martin Kravtsov is Kaisa here. I think by FIDE ratings, he's probably slightly higher rated than Mitraba, but what matters more might be chess.com rapid ratings. That's a small edge of 30 points for him, so nothing too special. We start off with a Bogo Indian from black and a Catalan from white. All right. Let's see who's most confident in this first opening. You can see their faces as well. Well, I mean, Kravtsov's is a little bit hard to see, but we've got the player cams up now to add to the drama here. G2 bishop and B7 bishop start eyeing each other. That tension gets introduced around the D5 pawn. And let's see, how does black usually handle such situations? You kind of want to relieve the tension at some point from black's perspective, you know, force white to actually make a trade or something. But how do you do it? Normally you challenge this knight with one of these knights to D7. All right, Mitraba was completely ready for knight b7, hits an instant reply here, opens up a small lead on the clock. He's looking at knight c6. He's looking at picking up the bishop pair right now as a small little advantage, right? Yeah, Hans already made it. He's already made it. He doesn't need to play in this playoff. He got sole first place in the Swiss. I disagree, Yabba Dabba Dabba Doo. Despite loving your name, I don't think the chess.com rapid ratings are meaningless for predicting the results of games played on chess.com at a rapid time control. In FIDE ratings, Kravtsov should be a little bit higher rated, but I mean, it's a little bit of a different beast here, right? So I think it can be very good for predictions. So he picks up the bishop pair here with queen a4 as expected. Then Kravtsov doubles the pawns, plops the knight on e4, offering an opposite colored bishop situation. And look at this, Mitraba with a very, very confident move, looking to pressure d5 and willing to give up that bishop pair he just grabbed. He says, with this pawn on e5, it's not so critical to use this bishop pair advantage. He's willing to just increase the pressure with some faster development. If the knight took his bishop, you know, you're doubling him. And he's putting real pressure here, and he's got e4 as a follow-up too. So he's saying he's going to really put serious pressure on d5 and maybe win a pawn straight out of the opening here if Kravtsov takes on d2. Otherwise, he could tuck the bishop away on c1 at some point and have his rook on this nice file. So it's certainly a strong-looking move, and Kravtsov is taking it very seriously. For Guha, it might be a little bit late at night, right? Could that be a factor? Let's think. I believe it's something like 2 a.m. in India. And I would imagine he was up during the day watching the Olympiad. So this might be a really, really long day for Guha, emphasizing just what an accomplishment it is to have made it to this tie for second place in this extremely powerful tournament. I mean, ahead of multiple 2700s, and he even had to beat one of those. And here I'm talking FIDE ratings. He had to beat one of those super GMs in the last round to get to this match. But he seems calm and collected. He's not showing tons of fatigue, and he knows this variation. He's putting real pressure. Kravtsov working hard right now. That's true, Nitty RM3, that for a lot of people, your chess.com blitz rating is much more accurate than your rapid rating, and GMs in particular play a lot more blitz than rapid. Actually, a lot of other chess.com members play more rapid, but GMs tend to play blitz with each other when they're just messing around. However, with the introduction of the Rapid Chess Championships and the Global Chess Championships, one thing I've seen is that Queen e7 gets played, and now Mitraba keeps the bishop pair. One thing I've seen is a lot of these GMs' rapid ratings have been starting to become more accurate. You know, they've started to play enough games that their ratings are reasonable predictors of how they're going to fare in 10+0, right? All right, queen c2. White's just got that bishop pair advantage, but the e5 pawn in the way of it. By keeping pressure on this knight, yeah, I mean, it's nice to have the knight forward, but it feels like that's preventing black from playing d4 or dc4. It feels like at some point white could play f3 if the knight ever gets cut off. I wonder if this knight shouldn't relocate to c5 at some point. This is like intense positional situation. I wouldn't know what moves to play for black in this position. And I guess that might be enough for me to give the edge to white here, because I don't feel like it's as hard to come up with moves for white. If I look at this from white's perspective, I'm like, yeah, I could do this, I could do that. I've got some idea how to come up with moves. If I look at it from black's perspective, I have no idea what to do. And after some thought, Kravtsev plays h6, and that doesn't particularly reveal too much to me. You know, I still don't know what's black trying to do. Like, do we want to play a5 to put the knight on c5 and avoid b4? Or do we not want to play a5 because we weaken the b6 square for this bishop to eventually become more powerful? You know, hard to say. For white, a simple improvement would be to get this f1 rook to either c1 or d3 or something. So sometimes if you can't tell, the edge is just whichever position you feel is a little bit easier for you to come up with possible moves for, you know. So black plays c5, gaining space and blocking off dark squares, but it means the knight can't retreat that way. So against f3, black's down to knight g5. And then h4, knight h7. Maybe that's why h6 was played as preparation for c5, folks, because of, you know, this issue. Only one square, right? h6. There we see it. Perhaps the reason for it revealed with the follow-up of c5. And now Mitraba's thinking and using up a lot of that time advantage right here. You can't trap the knight with h4, by the way, because if you do, and then I play like a rook c8, and now you play f3, the knight can take on g3. It's easy to forget that because right here, this looks like the safest square on the entire board, right? So it's easy to forget that, but within just 2 moves trying to trap the knight, you can't actually hang this pawn and lose the game. So f3 has been played. The knight goes back to g5, happily headed to h7. Now it's a little bit easier to figure out what black wants to do now that white has resolved some of the tension here. So now that we've seen it, what do we think black wants to do? Probably advance this pawn to d4, reopening the bishop and fighting dark squares against this. Probably this knight's going to want to come around and find a useful square. Here. Not sure where it's going to be good for that knight, actually. So that's an interesting question for us to ponder, is where this knight on g5 is headed ultimately here. And time really starting to tick for Grandmaster Guha. He's not sure where to lead the game from this position here anymore. And I don't see an exact answer either. Before I was so happy to think about this from white's perspective. But what would I do now? Okay, he plays f4. Oh, is he going to just play quickly f5 as well? And just try and mix things up over there. Another thing to do for white at some point is maybe just trade on d5. You don't want to trade light squared bishops though. But if this bishop moved, and it just did, From here, white could play pawn takes, bishop takes, e4. Make kind of a pawn mass on the king side. I think black can survive it, but Krastiv prefers to, try and just trade these bishops straight up. If white plays e4 to prevent that, he might be able to play b5 and hold on to the extra pawn. So he trades on c4, just looking to proactively trade these pieces, avoid that e4 idea. Now the rooks are going to be sort of magnetically attracted to the d file for both players, I think. e4, the ambitious move from Mitraba. All right, the battle is on, folks. The battle is on. And defends the pawn with bishop a6. Also introducing c3. Rook and bishop can use this square in the future. Queen a4 is interesting, but we get rook d1 first. And I don't see much for white to do other than throw the f-pawn at black. And this move does not tend in that direction, does it? So I don't see why white sacked a pawn here. I mean, to keep this bishop on the board, there needs to be sort of a follow-up on the king side, I think, to use this majority. But rook d1, Kravtsev's moves are kind of agreeing with my evaluation, right? Like, the argument behind his moves is he's happy to trade any rooks. He's happy to fight over the d file with white. And he's probably feeling pretty comfortable here now, although by the looks of his webcam, it's kind of the same. He just looks like he's playing chess. Bishop f1. Okay, going after the pawn sack. Will black hold on to it with b5? Will white have a4 or b3 there? I think black will play a5, b5. But I guess they don't have to. I mean, bishop c4 is not a disaster for black, right? You can trade, bring your queen into d2 or d1. So he might just want to improve his knight here. He's played queen d7. Now he's definitely threatening to play b5. Like, if you give black another move. Oh no, bishop takes c5. Oh, sorry. Sorry, folks. No matter how well defended this structure is, there's this pawn that can drop. And then, the bishop can head in here and white's doing great. So it's not really a big option to do that. So he plays queen d7. I would think the main thing I would want to do here is black is start fixing this knight. Yeah. h4, h5. I guess continuing to cramp that knight style, but this seems to be the square for the knight. So maybe queen b5 here, then b3, pawn takes, bishop takes. Here's a little variation for you guys, just a taste of some calculation. If b3 going after this, black can take because it hits white's queen. And then after takes, if you win that piece, there's a queen for black. Okay, so h5, queen b5 looks reasonable, doesn't it? Queen c6 is what we get instead. Looking here, making room for the knight and defending c5 so that this pawn could join the fray. So, is it time to take the pawn? White advances the g pawn as well. Well, now without rooks on the board, suddenly Mitraba is getting aggressive. Kravtsev just continually leaving the c-pawn hanging, saying like, hey, it's not a big deal if the opponent takes that. The game is not about holding on to that extra pawn. I would have just defended it at some point, so this is news to me. And looks like white's really thinking about f5 and g5. There's a minute advantage, minute plus advantage, minute and a half advantage now to Kravtsev. In this phase here, white takes the pawn, Kravtsev checks and picks up the g pawn. And that breaks apart white's position. And let's see. How's white reacting to it? Yeah, a little bit of a realization that that's tough for him. No celebration from Kravtsev, of course. You know, strong players rarely celebrate before they win. It's not like, oh, I got a pawn, let me do a party, you know. So he looks like he's just still working hard on the position, thinking away. But if he wins this game with black, that's amazing in a 2-game match to win your black game. Because you can often guide the white games towards positions that you're really familiar with. I mean, we might not be familiar with all these positions, but GMs are very familiar with certain positions, you know. So picks up a second pawn. The queen on g4 was attacking 2 pawns, so there was no way to avoid losing a second pawn here. So he grabs f4, hitting e5, bishop g3, checks, and takes a third pawn. He's taking all the pawns now. He's like a pig who can't get enough. Blocks the d file with his queen, just kind of dominating that space. White backs off. And now the knight can come out because there's no pawns. And that's it. End of the road for Guha. He's going to need to really collect himself and start looking for a win with black. Oh, there's no pause between games, and he knows he wants to play the Caro-Kann. He doesn't hesitate or worry about what opening to play. He brings the Caro-Kann straight out. We get this computer variation, knight f3, d3. Mitrabo plays knight d7, threatening e5 with a nice center. Yeah. So we get a normal King's Indian attack position now. This is a typical one. Oh, but in the main King's Indian lines in the Caro, black often gets bishop g4. So there's a little difference. This piece is here. Overall, it should be a satisfactory or playable opening for black. You know, I think really okay. And very importantly, not a position that white can just guide into simple or drawish waters. I think Guha's got a lot of room to just play here. So I think that normally what would happen when we talk about how GMs can kind of not exactly force a draw, but guide a game towards a draw when they're white, it would normally be in more forcing theoretical variations. You know, it would be like you play some classical variation like this, and you're pretty well prepped out, and you know the structures that arise and the plans. And it like in practice, it's very, very hard for someone to come up with some new idea for black that's going to make a GM lose with white in these kind of main lines, I think. So definitely not the approach Kravtsev takes with this unusual variation. We get a position with, everything to play for white or black. Very, very interesting game. And that should immediately relieve any worries Guha had about was he going to get any winning chances in this game with black. So he needs to win with black here to force an Armageddon. And from white's perspective, Kravtsev is 1/2 point away from the $1 million main event, or knockout as it is called. So knight c5, trying to pressure e4. Don't know if this really generates that much pressure. I guess there's bishop a6 as well that you could use, right? You could use bishop a6 to try and take the d pawn out of the equation and really put pressure on this pawn. Okay, so it was more pressure than I first realized. So Kravtsev trades off on d5, and now I think black just wants to put the bishop on b7 to overprotect this pawn and then sit behind this center. That's a heck of a center, and pressure white. What do we have to watch out for? Knight d5 tactics? No, the bishop's defended, so knight d5 will rarely be an issue. Knight b5 was played looking for a trade, or not just looking for a trade, forcing a trade, right? If black insists on not taking this trade, then at some point c3 will win a piece. So he makes the trade. And white's stopping and thinking here. And trades on g4. So now this bishop is floating around sort of without a home, right? Like bishop b4, c3, you resign. Bishop h6 or g5, these are very weird squares, but that's all the piece has left. And I think he just committed another little fatigue slip. You know, he assumed that white's just going to take back. But perhaps it was better to simply make the trade before this bishop got into trouble, right? Knight f3. If he goes to h6, then g5 wins the game, I think. So what to do right here? Knight g4, defending the bishop with the queen. And white's going to get knight c7? No, white prefers just the pawn, threatening f7. Knight c7 or knight d6 coming next. Looks pretty strong. Oh, the rook's attacked as well. Oh my God, we need a long list of all the tactical elements going against Grandmaster Guha here. And he can't play rook a7 because the knight's on it. It looks like bishop d5 is winning. Yeah, it looks like bishop d5 is winning. I don't see a proper move for black here. Kreftsiv still looking calm. Still looking calm. Yeah. I see an earlier question about e takes d5 giving up the center. Why? Hopefully in the past I successfully answered that by pointing out that black was preparing to play bishop a6 and take on e4, and white wouldn't be able to cover the e pawn like that. So it was a good decision to trade off, even though it was a concession. Then within one move, you know, one incautious move, not trading the bishop on b4 at the first opportunity. And black is in the direst of shapes right here. Plays knight to e6 finally to defend f7. White takes the rook over here, develops the remaining rook. The pawns are equal. White simply has a rook against a knight. And some ideas of knight to d6, maybe rook f7 here. Maybe even h3, and when the knight retreats, queen e5, defending g3. But knight d6, knight d4 looks messy, but rook f7. Rook f7 looks interesting. Very safe move, just stopping knight d4. From white's perspective, white has draw odds. White doesn't even need to win this game because white already won the previous game. So, I mean, draw odds. I mean, white is content with a draw. It qualifies, it wins tons of money and all that. So you don't need to play anything risky from white's perspective in a position like this. But now we see white looking for the queen e5 idea after displaying this thing the knight. It looks risky, but I mean, if you calculate one or two moves and you're a GM and you see queen e5, it's not too risky an idea. There's not too much to it, you know. Black has to trade queens and play rook d3. And yeah, white's just winning that endgame, honestly. Keeps the queens on the board. Sure. But now white can play d4 and the rook doesn't even get into the game, right? Completely blocked out by the structure. So rook d5, queen's got to stay on this pawn. You could play queen b8, and if the rook blocks, you cannot take it because the knight's covering mates. So if the rook blocks, he's just going to repeat positions once, I think. I don't see a back rank mate. Do you all see a back rank mate? Yeah, rook here, there's knight here. Rook f6, trying to remove the defender of the back rank. There's pawn takes f6, and the king escapes. So, yeah, I don't think there's a tactic there. Rook d8's been played. I think you just back up once right here, and he does. You know, the sad thing is, Mitrobot can't even repeat with rook d5. One forgets for a second because as black, you're like, I'm losing, I'm losing. White can actually repeat back and forth because of the match situation. That's vicious and evil. And yeah. Looks like Guha's dropped off of our Zoom call with this bad situation. Here, clock keeps ticking. And Kreftsiv is in the driver's seat. here in this position. We've got a bathtub on the queen side. Sure, things we can mention. These pawns are very weak, so white would love to take a move to just defend things up. Keep, you know, if you protect your own pawns, then they'll protect you. That's what every king needs to know, right? If you protect your pawns, then they'll protect you. If you don't protect your pawns, you know, there's nothing they can do for you. So I would love to free up the queen from this task and tuck the king a little more snug. Hard to come up with moves for Mitraba in this situation. I mean, I guess I should try to find some kind of hope. If, you know, if you were playing a player 1,000 points lower than you, what kind of tricks would you come up with here? And partly you just keep the game going. You just get rid of your back rank mate, you know, H6 or something, just giving you some more freedom. Get rid of your back rank mate. That way, if your opponent plays a blunder, you could actually capture the piece instead of, you know, being like, oh, I can't even capture their piece because of back rank mate. So it's a one little practical tip for any 1500 out there who at some point is playing a 500 in a losing position. Play a move like H6 or H5 as Mitraba chooses here. Makes sense. But you know, I'm after king H2. There's not too much more to do. You kind of wait around and hope your opponent blunders, I guess. So, yeah, back into the Zoom call. And you can see both players. It feels like Kravtsev is ready to keep playing for a long time, and Guha might be ready for the match to come to an end. Do you get all that feeling that I've got there? Kravtsev looks like he's working pretty hard still, actually, you know, like, yeah, I'd gladly play another 5-10 minutes, maybe a couple more games. You know, but Guha looks a little bit exasperated about the situation, and I would too. I mean, it's hard to be completely emotionless when you're playing games and they go against you, regardless of whether or not there's $1 million at stake, right? I mean, just anytime you're playing as a chess player, this instinct kicks in where you want to win, you want to play great. You know, if you make a mistake, you get kind of mad at yourself or mildly unhappy in some way. So, yeah, Kravtsev works really hard and decides it's time to reroute the knight from b5, moves it towards the game, looking for more trades, tries to checkmate the queen here. It can still hide. It can still hide. I'm surprised he didn't just play like a securing move like king g2 or king h2 at some point. Instead, he's again relying on tactics of his pieces, right, to keep his pawn secure. Something like this, trapping the knight. But I mean, he's not playing superficially, right? You can see he's still working hard. He's using his time. He's trying to find great moves. He's not just sort of coasting based on what he has. We can see that from his approach. Now he probably won't want this queen to come to d2. Yeah, he didn't. Covers it. So keep the queen bunched in over here. He could go like queen g5, queen f5 now that this knight's not covering this square, and try and just force the draw. That's like the super professional way of doing it. Maybe force the queen all the way to h8. No. Black's had enough. Black's had enough. Sorry, that's just me clicking. Black resigns here. And Kravtsev has qualified for the knockout phase. He will face many of the best players in the world in $1 million tournament starting the first week of September. And we will take a really quick break here and see if Grandmaster Kravtsev wants to join us for a little interview. So we'll be right back.
Okay, we're ready for a small press conference.
It is something that has never happened anywhere in the world before. To have correctional facilities all around the world playing at once in a chess tournament.
I'm very proud to participate in this tremendous event. It will be an honor for us to be part of any of your future undertakings.
Last year, we organized the first international intercontinental online championship for prisoners. It was 31 countries participating, 40 teams, 5 female teams.
I know, without naming the country, that some maximum security facilities where prisoners could not be more than one in a room.
Before I met him, I would never thought people do that. I think, yeah, it's chess competitions, but all over the world, online, throughout the jails, playing against each other, that's a whole different thing. Like, he opened that up.
There was an incredible level of anxiousness that was neat, that reminded you of how athletes would be before the big game, before the kickoff.
Welcome back, everybody. I am very pleased to be joined by Grandmaster Martin Kravtsev of Ukraine, who has just won a playoff match to secure a spot in the Global Championships knockout phase. Congratulations, Martin. How do you feel right now?
Thank you. I'm feeling great.
What's that?
I'm feeling great.
Feeling great. Okay. I've seen you play in a previous, in some previous play-ins. How many of these play-in qualifiers, the 9-round Swisses, how many times have you played?
Maybe 10 times, about 10 times. I started to play 2 weeks ago, maybe. So,
okay, so you've played a lot of them.
Maybe not, maybe 6 or 8, maybe 8.
Okay. And how tough is it to win this tournament? I mean, how hard is it to qualify?
I think it's quite hard. It's the first time I took the first place, actually. and I played tie-break once. I took maybe 8th place and once 5th. I need a bit luck to qualify.
Yeah. Do you have any special approach to playing the event? Like, do you think how many points you need, or do you just play one game at a time? Do you do any special preparation for the event?
I just repeat an opening, like for preparation. By the way, I had a nice game against Neolitsky. It was completely win in the opening, like in 11 moves. Like opening threat before. So just I won from the start. It was an important game.
Okay. Well, it looked like a really, really tough event for me. I'm really happy that you were able to come through in this one. Congratulations. Looking forward to the next stage, the knockouts will start in about a month. What do you expect from the knockout?
Actually, I did not think about it because I wasn't qualified.
Okay.
But I will play this tournament. If I qualify, then I will see. Actually, I don't know a lot about this knockout because I didn't expect, because I wasn't qualified.
Okay, so now you'll look into it and get ready. So that's a little bit like going step by step with what you need to know and just playing your best. Were there any games today that were particularly tough, or any moments that you had to sort of overcome some difficulties today before coming out on top?
The last game was tough. I had a good position. Actually, I missed. I cannot solve it. But this queen was on d1 and this on d5. My d1 forms h2, j2, f3, and bishop and d1. And he played bishop f3, but actually I missed. He could take the queen, and I cannot take the queen because of the knight. And I thought I was losing. But I missed it.
Yeah, we looked at that too during the broadcast, but I think your opponent didn't see queen takes f3 during the game.
I saw it after my move.
Okay.
But hopefully, I think it's still draws because I have some checks. Maybe I still can keep it. But it was a very unpleasant moment.
Yeah, that was a scary moment, the last round. Do you feel any nerves in like a final game with, like, are you thinking that there's thousands of dollars on the line when you play the game?
Maybe I was a bit nervous. Still had a draw in the beginning, but I didn't know what place I would take if I set it. So I thought maybe I can agree and take second place, or maybe I will take fourth place. Like I didn't know what I have to do. Must I win or I can make a draw? It was.
Yeah. All right, Martin, we wish you all the best of luck in the knockout. Congratulations on your great play today. Enjoy your victory. Feel good. Thanks from everybody in chat who enjoyed watching the show that you put on today with your games. It's great entertainment for all of us to watch you play.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care. All right, folks, we're going to quickly just give you like a couple pieces of information. The play-in phase, we've got 4 more of the events that you just watched today coming up next week, 2 on Monday, 2 on Friday, the same schedule as we've seen this week, 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific. And then once the last 8 players have qualified, we will move to the knockout phase in September with 32 qualified players, 32 invited players. It's going to be a massive super GMs, you know, and good luck to our qualifiers like Martin Kravtsev and Hans Niemann when they go up against, you know, top 20 players in the world, world champions, etc. in that knockout event. For today, that's all we have for you. Hope you enjoyed the show. And just a quick reminder and shout out that Olympiad coverage is on chess.com at 2:30 a.m. Pacific every day from here on out. So it started, it's live, the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai. And I hope you all enjoy it and have a great day.